It'll be posted in our private group that I will introduce you to as well. If you're on Facebook, you're not on Facebook, I can send that over to you when we send over the certificates. All right, so you don't have to worry about missing something. You missed some notes, don't worry about it. All is well.
Okay. Now, should I be seeing you? Should I be able to see you?
You have to initiate that with, do you see something that says video on your phone or on your device? It's right by audio. You have to click right by video.
It
So if it
says
has
up
a
at the,
red, if it has a red stripe through it, we can't see you, but you should be seeing us.
okay, hold on one second.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on a second.
All right. 2 minutes counting. 8:30. We're ready to roll. Central Standard Time.
Okay, all I see on mine is safe driving mode. How do I get out of that?
Mm. Is it giving you any additional options?
It said, oh, leave. Let me go. No, I don't want to leave meeting. And so, okay, it says your microphone is unmuted, your video is stopped.
Okay, see if you, where it says video stop, see if you can click that in the open video. You're on a phone?
Yes.
Okay, you should be able to swipe across. You should start seeing everyone. Yeah, I'm nowhere near a tech specialist, but we can do what we have to do.
Oh, I see one. That's you. I
Yes,
see you.
awesome. Keep swiping.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
No, it's a beautiful thing. Discoveries, new discoveries. I love
Yes.
it. All right. So you can put your phone on mute. We're ready to roll.
Okay.
All right. All right, y'all look. We're gonna get to, I saw some, I can't wait till we get to the other side. Okay. Thank y'all for assisting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome, awesome. Let me just give a shout out to Vatera Career College in the house. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome. It's as amazing, it's beautiful to see you. Thank you for entrusting DCI Academy with the BELC Education Group. It is so many individuals from schools. Thank you guys for entrusting DCI Academy, your Beauty Educators Leadership Conference. We do this about twice a year. I really was doing it once a year just for my educators. And, just wanted to make sure my people were good. And I love to teach, and it has grown. So thank you, thank you, thank you guys for entrusting us. We got some repeats. Thank you guys for coming back yet again. Next year, we celebrate 6 years doing the Beauty Educators Leadership Conference, and we've catered to Tennessee all of these 6 years. So we are definitely going to be branching out. My goal, my plan, my prayer today is that you learn something, take something back that could be infiltrated into your classroom, into the walls, into your speech, into your lessons, into your meetings immediately. Okay. So if you don't know, I teach. I love to teach. I'm a lover of words, a lover of understanding. And so that's all I want to do today. Um, I am such a non-traditional person, and I need to warn you, I'm okay with it. Okay. So I want you to be comfortable. I want you to be free. I don't know if there's any other non-traditional people, but I don't really walk the red line, the black line. I don't really, yeah. Education, the miseducation for so many years have caused me to just be on the journey to of better and better and better and better and better. So with over 25 years experience as a licensed educator, I'm ready to roll. I'm just as excited today as I was when I walked out of that school on Perkins in Memphis, Tennessee with that instructor's license. So I'm more charged and more committed. Anything you need while we are here, I'm your girl. All right, let's go. It is nothing you cannot ask. I will say this. I will say this. Um, Beauty school management is not a part of this conference. I do not. Sometimes people have questions, but I don't mind answering the questions. I don't want to overtake. We have a lot of people on here, so I don't want to take the time from them. So anything else related to education, teaching, I'm here for the educators and directors today. All right. School owners, that's another, I get you another day. Okay. But I am here. Shout out to one of my favorites, and that's probably not a word. I'm just going to say it. I am very partial to Miss Courtney and Miss Candace. Thank you guys, just being peers, that you would entrust me to um, be your facilitator for this training. So kudos to you all the way from Texas and close to the ends of Tennessee. These ladies that we manage schools and programs together. Okay, we can pick up the phone, and it's impressive and it's humbling that your colleagues would say, "Hey, I'm choosing you." So I'm 100%, 2,000% thankful. But let's jump in. As you can see today, we got a football thing, y'all. We have a football thing, and I'm gonna just continuously watch this participation because I don't want anybody to be in the waiting room. So everybody's good. Everybody's good. Y'all, we got a football thing. Let me tell you why I had to theme it up. Y'all, I love to teach, but I'm not a really good student. I don't know. Put a one in the chat if I don't know. I'm not a good student. And I can say that because I've been excited for CE courses. I've gone all over and took a lot of them. But if you don't keep it moving, my train of thought goes left and it'll go right. I start thinking about dinner and all this other stuff. So you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't. I'm not a good student. So I put myself in there with the students and said, hey, what when I was going to school and when I was teaching, what was the thing that students did? It just irked them. And you know what my goal is? To challenge you, to correct you. All right. So that makes you, ride on a different path because you're not following anybody. But I am so in tune to how my student learns. I'm okay with adapting because at the end of the day, if we have a great lesson, y'all, and our student walks away and say they didn't learn anything, we've done nothing. We simply impressed ourselves. All right. So the ultimate goal is no matter who the student is, they walk away with something. And that has been a life goal of mine. Every time I'm in the classroom, it is all about the learner. All right. and that thing redevelops. It can be challenging at times, but guess what happens down the line? Guess what happens? It's a feeling of commitment, a feeling of passion, a feeling of, man, I am where I'm supposed to be. And everyone on this Zoom call today, this training, you are where you're supposed to be. All right. And so, and I'm even going to say even higher. Yes. So, from time to time, I'm going to go to the chat so everybody doesn't have to say, oh, she's going to call on me. I'm definitely going to call on you in the chat. Um, yes, yes, yes. Someone says, yeah, I suck. Yeah, I'm not. I'm going to just tell you now, if I was in your classroom, you'll have to sing and dance. I'm going to need some music. For me, I'm going to need some music. And it's a lot of ones in here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hey, Natasha, Miss Candace, Bobby, Sonia, Angela. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Wow. I'm glad I'm not in here by myself. Thank y'all for not leaving me out there. We in this, okay? All right. So yeah, let's prepare to go over to our first session. We got a few little house rules we're gonna talk about, but it was good. We did well getting everybody in. I still have a few. I'm gonna get them to break to come in, and they're slowly coming in. So as you come in, put your name in the chat. It's the roll call along with your license number. And let us know where you're from. Is it Tennessee? Is it Georgia? Is it Texas? We have all of those in the house today. So it's the roll call. Let's go ahead and jump in. All right. In the roll call, we do the roll call after every break, y'all. It's the roll call. If you don't have your license number, we need to make sure we have it by the end of the day. And of course, everything is recorded. And so y'all can just send away, hey, YouTube family. And one thing I want to share, you know, with YouTube, you have to learn it and how it works best for you. All right. And so YouTube is our third party recording along with Zoom. And with just a click of a link, you will have this copy of this BELC Tennessee 2024. If you ever got to go back to it, you ever got to have a staff meeting, what did we say? You remember that person gave that great tip. You remember we talked about this. We got some amazing topics, y'all. We got some amazing topics that I'm so excited that YouTube is that we're recording on YouTube. I'm not getting any money for it, but I'm making sure that we are recording. So I want you to walk away with something, okay? Because I believe that everything we're gonna say is gonna be useful for immediate gain and enhancement in your classrooms, no matter what you're teaching or no matter who you're managing, things of that nature. All right. So it's the roll call. It's the roll call. Let's chat. And we're always going to go into the chat. All right. All right. We're always going to go into the chat. Here's some fun facts about me. Literally, I'm a cosmetologist. I think I've been licensed. Look, when we get a certain age, we have to think about it like 19, no, 18, 19, I think. At 19 years old, I think I got licensed. And I went through high school. I went through high school as a VOTEC. So all my VOTEC educators, we thank you. From 10th grade to 12th grade, I had one of the best cosmetologists, Miss educators, Miss Blackwell and Miss Evelyn King over at Trace and VOTEC, if you're familiar with that. Graduated, thought I was leaving hair and found my way back, and bam, I started teaching on a dare. I was in the salon I said, I bet you won't. I bet you I will. And that's the end of the story. I'm still teaching. It was a setup. I've been educating for 25 years. So I'm so excited to still be here. Okay. I'm a school owner times two. DCI Academy, if you haven't heard about it, in DCI Academy School of Cosmetology. Y'all, we operate non-traditional programs, specialty school, and apprenticeship and virtual space. We live in a virtual, the Cosmo is still navigating a virtual space. I also coach and consultant for trade shows, school owners, things of that nature. Um, Wrote a couple of stuff, been on a couple of stages, but the most important one, I love to travel. I love God, and I'm an auntie two and two. Just look, auntie. I'm a ride for my nieces and nephews. Okay, so they call me a TT mama. Some of my favorite things, might share them with you. Ice cream in the winter. Ice cream in the winter. I love to read. Of course, travel. I have found a love for scent, beauty, and I learned maybe 2 years ago that I can cook. Never tried it, but I can cook. I said, okay, unless my people just making me feel good. And if you have the Cosmo 14th edition, the Cosmetology 14th edition, you can check out chapter 15. That's my chapter. I'm so proud of that. So I was a contributor for my lady. That's that lady's book. So yeah, certified nerd. And guess what? You have me today. So all of that is a little about me. Um, and I'm gonna learn something about you. All right. So if you didn't know some of that, now you know. You know who you have in front of you. Okay. Now I am a social. I have a social presence, whereas most people, educators, schools, whatever, will run from social media. I run to it simply because my audience lives here. All right. My audience lives here. And here's how you can join the conversation today. I want you to follow, tag, share your experience, no matter what the experience is. There is a special gift for you for everyone on here today. And if you are a member of Facebook Land, you get to request to be in our exclusive group, Beauty Educators Leadership Conference. I will also drop the links for this conference in the group so you can rewatch it anytime. And also you can ask questions. You would say, hey, Ms. Cox, remember what we talked about on such and such? Hey, yeah, here, here's where to go find it. There you go. And so that's the group. If you live in Facebook land, Beauty Educators Leadership Conference, you can request there. You can follow myself or the school on Facebook or IG at DCI Academy and at Destiny Cox. Also, you can follow me on TikTok at Destiny Cox 18. The hashtags for all of your pictures and experience, it's an experience. It's going to be DCI Academy, BELC Tennessee. That's hashtag BELC Tennessee. Half of you probably would not do it. It doesn't matter. I just want to make sure it's here. And hashtag BELC 2024 and Team DCI. The reason why we hashtag because it helps us gather up all of the attendees and pictures and quotes and surveys and things of that nature. So if you're a social butterfly like I am, please don't hesitate to tag me, okay? Or follow, whatever we need to do. But that's how you'll find a lot of updates. You'll find it on these social platforms. One thing I don't mind sharing is information, guys, and information is free. It is absolutely free. It's the how-to that may cost a little bit, but it's absolutely free. It's not my words. I can't keep it. Okay, so if you need to find anything, I'm probably going to share it on one of these platforms. And I didn't put it on here, but that YouTube is DCI Education Group. That's our parent company, DCI Education Group on YouTube. Um, and you'll be able to see some of my other classes as well. We even in my own virtual classrooms, we have power hours, study hours. I go back and we record so our students can, they're all over the country. So our students can definitely look into those. When they leave Tennessee, they tend to move into different places and they'll say, hey, I need to study for my exam. And go look at the YouTube. You can see a replay of the lesson. All right. If you're just coming on, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. If you're just coming on, it is your name and number in the chat. All is being recorded. You won't have to worry about anything. All right. So our virtual check-in is this morning, 8 to 9, and we are good. We are in there. It is 8 to 9. Then we're gonna do break. Our first quarter is 9:15 to 10:30. Got some people still coming in. Our first quarter is 9:15 to 10:30. Then we'll take a break. Our second quarter, 10:45 to 12 noon. We'll have our halftime lunch. Our third quarter is 1 to 2. We'll have our break. Our fourth quarter, 2:15 to 3:15. We'll come back and do a summary Q&A, 3:15 to 3:30. And we'll close out our evening, afternoon with survey and departure. If anyone has any questions, need to clarify anything, you jumped out, can't get back in, you're running late from lunch, whatever, you got an emergency, text me. All right? Text me. I want to be 100% accessible to you. I want to make sure that you are getting everything that you need and you have all the resources. So definitely, let's step in. You can screenshot that time if you want. All right, let's check out some of our house rules. Number one, we got to be on time. Return from break, we have a certain number, a certain time to be done. Be on time. I need you to show up, be present, be interactive. This is a free space. I understand when we first get on, everybody's kind of like, don't call on me, don't call on me. But in order for this to work, we got to communicate, okay? So I'm an interactive educator. I need you, all right, to jump in. I'm going to take the lead and then I'm gonna pass the ball. Be kind and considerate of others. We're not discussing anything that's highly tensional, but definitely be kind and considerate of others. Some are social media savvy, some not. Some are technology savvy, some not. So no matter what team you're in, just be kind, and be a team member. I'm all in. Whatever it takes, let's get the job done. I need these 16 hours. Okay, I got to get to where I got to go. I got to head over to the next side. It's 2025. It's going to be amazing for us. And we got to get this credential and move forward. Sharing is caring. So if you have something that's going to help someone, share. All right, sharing is caring. How many first time you're a new teacher and this is your first time taking a CE? Can you put a 1 in the chat? You're a new teacher, and this is your first time taking a CE. Oh my goodness. Wow, you guys are keeping our industry alive. Awesome, 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 awesome. Y'all, we got some first timers. That means they've been licensed less than 2 years or right at 2. Yay, yay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Welcome to the first timers. Yes, y'all, let's show them some love. We're in the chat. Let's light the chat up. Show them some love. Keep going, you guys. This is going to be one of the best career choices ever. And one thing I found about educating in the beauty industry, y'all, I've only had one other job other than beauty. I tried to get away from beauty. And when I was, 16, 17 maybe, and I thought I wanted to work, no, two jobs. I thought I wanted to work um, and actually get a physical paycheck, just playing on people. It didn't last 2 weeks. I think it was a burger place. It didn't last 2 weeks. I was like, nah, this ain't what it's gonna be. I need to get back into that gel and bonding glue and cutting and shears. I was like, "Mm." And as a high school senior, I started working at Target, and Target was a blessing to me because it taught me teamwork. It taught me leadership skills. They invested in who I was. So before I left, I was a manager and at a young age. And yeah. And so I always say if I ever have to go back anywhere, I go to Target Day because they helped me. Okay. They helped me. And some of the things that I use in the classroom is because of the foundation I got over at Target. Really training me in management. And so those leadership skills carry over for really the rest of your life. So I'm humbled to even think going back to those places. We think those places are just stepping stones, but really they're setting us up for greater. All right. So we're gonna relax and have fun. It's game time, y'all. So let's see what we got. Here's our words of inspiration. Let's see. It says the most valuable player is the one who makes the most players valuable. All right. The most valuable player is the one who makes the most players valuable. And that was said by Peyton Manning. You're going to see a lot of quotes today that come from football greats. Okay. And it's such an impactful game. No, I'm not a sports enthusiast, but I understand strategy. And sometimes that's all we need is a game plan. That's all we need is a team on the same page to make it happen.
Yeah, I got it now.
It's necessary. It's necessary to be on the same page.
Please mute your audio right there.
Yeah, thank you guys. Please mute.
The other one. Where's it?
Let me get over here. There we go. Awesome. That's a mute. If you're just coming in, the roll call, don't forget, put your name and number in the chat. And so the most valuable player is the one who makes the most players valuable by Peyton Manning. It's always good to have a great word of inspiration. And I was just explaining why I chose the concept of football. It is full of strategy. It's full of team building. And that's simply what we need sometimes, is just to put a different look on it. And so I absolutely agree with this. The most valuable player is the one who makes the most players valuable. All right, there we go. And I would get into something. I get into it later. So Anthony Pippen, although he played basketball, he made some great notes. We'll discuss later. So let's chat. Let's light the chat room up. Tell us 3 things about you. We want to know. It's going to be very important for us to know who's in our classroom. All right. Not necessarily in here, but when we go back into our classrooms, who are we teaching? We got to learn something about them. And so if you're going to be with me for the next 15 hours, all right, I need to know a little bit about you. So let's chat. Tell us 3 things about you. We'll like to chat up. We'll give y'all maybe a minute I would love to have a couple to unmute. Okay. Remember, we're interactive, so I'm going to need everybody to join us.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about you. 3 things about you. Some small things, some things you never shared, as far as you like the garden, your color is red, your favorite song, how long you've been teaching. I'm going to go to the chat shortly. Tell us 3 things about you. Y'all, we're in our meet and greet, and we're about to get ready to head to our first quarter. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Let me just move over to the chat and see what everybody has. Ebony says, Big Virgo Cowboys. Yes, girl. I think I am a Cowboys by default, but I'm going to roll with it. I'm going to roll with it. Okay. Angela says she's a mother to the ones I did biologically produce. Yes, I love it. I think I am too. All right. Armstrong, new educator, favorite color. Let's see. It's going fast. What's your favorite color? I go back. Rita's been teaching for 44 years. Yes, yes. Oh, Takita, welcome. Oh, very interesting job, career. Surgical technologist, ortho neuro. Your brain is very smart. I love it. Christy, it's good to have you. Christy says, I have a grandbaby that turned 1 today. Yay. Loves to teach and just recently went from post-secondary to high school. I love spending time with my family. Yes, yes. Oh, Donna says she loves football and sleep. Donna, let me get a little sleep. Okay. Lukenia, licensed for 18 years, new to teaching. My child last year in high school. Oh my goodness, how does that feel? Awesome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for trusting DCI. And someone's on the iPhone says they love to read. Me too. Garden and spend time with family. Yes, yes, yes. And I'm gonna share something too. I didn't update that, but y'all, let me share. Let me share. You're probably gonna be
Alrighty,
like,
so
what? You guys are gonna be like, what? Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all what I recently did in 2023. You're gonna be like, what? I did. Totally not going to believe it. Oh, Donna, you're a camper, avid camper. Pamela, thank you for your service. Oh my goodness. You've been in Tennessee for 43 years. Yes. Donna, you and Catherine, your animal lover, avid reader. Awesome, awesome. Welcome, Premier Cosmetology. We have a couple of schools in here too, y'all. Melanie, 29 years. Congratulations. Cheryl, licensed X-ray tech. Y'all, we are gifted. We are amazing. Oh my goodness, you're starting to take the medical coding. You know what? You know what? That's amazing. That is you studying to take the medical coding. I know I have a friend that does like wig installs. They're not wig installs, but installations for those that are alopecia. And she needed help so much. She paid for this young lady's tuition to go to medical billing and coding. And this young lady, really, her job is to help her with the coding with the insurance. She's going to walk into a job, and my friend paid for her to go to school, free tuition and everything, because she said it is um that good and lucrative. So wow, that's good. Yes, guys, I became a farmer. Um, what's say late 22, what's it right? Yeah, late early 22. I had like a health scare, and it was due to stress and stuff. So, I just said, you know what? I need to really get out of the city. And y'all, I went to the country. I went to the country. I had a friend say, hey, come out for a little bit. Went out to the country. And this is, everybody doesn't see, they see the glamour of what you do. So I go out to the country, and yeah, I go to feed the chickens. I'm sitting on the porch. I'm walking out to the cows. I swear up and down, they hear me talking and we talking that they can understand. So I'm learning how to, and I'm a colorist at heart. So I love formulating stuff. Y'all, one of the cows was not, it was a couple of them that was, a little on the skin and bones. And I was like, we gotta figure out how to fatten them up. How you gonna sell a cow? Ain't no one's gonna buy skin and bones. Man, we started studying and formulating what they could eat. And just I started out on that side. And most importantly, to learn more about it, it just seemed like a whole lot. So I'm over on the ag side now. So if that person that likes to garden, um, my end of farming is marketing. And you ever heard of a marketing farmer? So my end is marketing, and it's spreading as much education and knowledge and publications as possible, letting people know about their connections and where they can go and connect this person with this person, fill out this paperwork. And so farming is one of those things people don't get into. But if you garden, there's something called conservative farming that you should definitely in the spring start preparing for. And you're probably gardening just because it feels good. Okay. But USDA will pay you to do conservative farming, and that's simply not plant in the ground, but plant in your boxes, your farming, your planters and things like that. Just don't plant in the ground. You get paid monthly for that. Yeah. But hey, that's what I love to do. So many interesting people. Who is that? A father of two daughters. Let's see. Oh, wow. Awesome. Tennessee Titan fan. Okay. Yes. Awesome. Awesome. Y'all lit that chat up. Let's go. All right, guys. We're going to prepare for our first break. And when we come back, we're jumping right in. It was a good power hour to get to know everybody. Let's take 15. So if we're going on now, we're a little over 9:06. I see you guys back at 9:21. And if you need to contact me, I'm here on the other side. I'm just going to close the share, and it'll pop back up. When you hear the music, you know it's time to come back to the screen. Y'all, let's take a 15. Let's breathe and get ready for a very energizing day. Y'all have a blessed one. I'll see y'all in 15.
Hmm.
We're back, guys. We're back. All right. We slow down and come back in. We're gonna crank it up just a little bit, Let me go over to our screen and make sure we're good. Welcome back, everyone. All right. So as we prepare to move on, let's get over to the round one. I'm gonna come fix our view. All right, let's move over to our share. There we go. All right, effective teaching strategies in cosmetology and barbering. Welcome back, y'all. It's the roll call. Y'all know what we do. Put your name in the chat with your license number. It's the roll call. This is our check-in. So if you're just now coming in, welcome to the BELC Tennessee 2024. All right, still got people coming in. It's the roll call. Let's go ahead and light up the chat. It's the roll call. We're recording, but I'm actually going to take pictures of the chat as well. All of this gets sent over to Roxana's team. And one thing I'm going to, I always, I like to do She gives us about 48 hours to get everything together. One thing you can be sure of, you'll have your items reported within that 48 hours, probably before. Okay. We'll have it sent in. Everything could be updated because I know how we are with licenses and timelines. So rest assured, you always have my number. You can contact me. But yes, we're going to match Roxana's timeline and have everything in by 48 hours after our event ends. Okay. Including surveys. After each day, you will do a survey. Okay. Got to have those surveys. So make sure we have those surveys. They go up to Roxana as well. All right, so let's look at effective teaching strategies in cosmetology and barbering. So the first strategy that we're going to go over is teaching methodologies, and then we're having a conversation about them. Now, when I presented this to the board, it was kind of like, what is that? Why are you teaching something other than methodologies? Y'all, how many of you are tired of just hearing the same old thing? I've been teaching 25 years. I've been hearing teaching methodologies for 25 years. How many of you know that you need more than that to teach in a classroom? All right. And then let's go past the surface. All right. So adding concepts, and we're going to first do teaching methodologies, but we're going to carry teaching methodologies throughout everything this weekend, these next 2 days, for today and tomorrow. All right. Teaching methodologies, especially with my new educators just hitting the ground running. Let me tell you, we are not teaching, put a 1 in the chat. We are not teaching the students we taught 15 years ago, 10 years ago. All right. The last 5 years, we're not teaching the same students. So the old stuff, you got to go back and say, okay, what we got to do? It's a new type of student. It's new relevant information. So we cannot continue to use the old stale stuff and expect to get the new results. We can't do that because there's a generation that says they don't want nothing stale. If it smells like it, if it looks like it, no. So if you're going to hang out in the game, you're going to have to look and start to understand their buying styles and their learning styles, okay? As an educator and a team, we got to be able to say, how do we keep these standards, but also reach these ones who are going to take the torch and carry the industry over. I tell my students all the time, and we only have a few Cosmo students. I tell them all the time, look, I can't even retire because you can't even do sanitation right. When you go get in the salon, I'm going to be your biggest competition. I'm going to come get in the salon next to you. And you know who's going to take your clients? I'm going to take your clients because I have these foundation items and I know how to add on to it. So, and they go, what? Yeah. So get your act together. I'm trying to retire. I can't because you're slow coming around. So, and we have these discussions all the time. And I ask them, what makes you do that? Why is that such a thing? I'm always gathering intel to make the lessons better. And I get that from my nieces, my nephews. I'm just asking questions because I want to know. So if it's not the same, it's not cookie cutter, it's not, and there's no way we can ever wing it. Oh no. There's no such thing as winging it, okay? That's why now I operate in a cultural consulting space because if you want to conquer this, you're gonna have to have some strategies to win. And I'm all about that. So let's dive into the teaching methodologies, and then we're gonna talk about something people don't talk about: the weaknesses of the educator or the strength of the educator. Please put your devices on mute. So our second strategy is help. That's not my strength. And today we're gonna help some people. Y'all, everybody that's an educator is not a bookworm. Everybody that's an educator is not a certified nerd. Your hobby is not reading. That's not for everybody. But everybody has something. Let's mute, please. Everybody has something to give and something to offer. All right. Every- then we can start saying, okay, these are my strengths. These are weaknesses. I'm still getting some feedback. Okay, there we go. You'll say, these are my strengths and these are my weaknesses. And today, with all of this knowledge, someone said, all of this interesting information, this interesting group of educators, somebody has something that's going to help somebody else. So help, that's not our strength. Very fun strategy session. And then speak, teach, learn is another strategy session, something that I developed. I'm so excited about. And then we'll move over. We have tomorrow state board updates. We have PSI, and I'm doing air quotes, summarized. We have the digital classroom. So I'm inviting you into a digital classroom. Welcome, you're already here, okay? And so where there may have been challenges and barriers when it comes to the digital space or technology, we're gonna talk about it, okay? How do I stay connected to a generation that only thing they know is digital and technology? Think about how old they were when you put a phone in their hands, or how old your students were. I start taking students at 16. And I'm gonna just say this. One thing I've learned from just my 25 years of experience is this. Never forget the objective of why we're here. Don't get distracted by the small things. But I have to learn my student. I have to know exactly what they have going on. And of course, I'm a private school owner, so um, my way may not be corporate way, and I do understand corporate, school systems. Totally understand it. But when you have a 18-year-old, a 20-year-old, even a 22-year-old, all they know is, guess what? Technology. So you coming into the classroom with nothing connected to technology, you lose them early. Okay. You come in with technology. And so whether you are hybrid, apprenticeship, or you're just using your traditional, where you come in every day, adding some form of technology and giving them that technology fix, and I did say fix, giving them that percentage of technology every day, or teaching through technology, it really enhances the classroom, enhances your teaching skills, it enhances the morale of the classroom, and the students I'm learning. Even though you're teaching, now things are being connected. You're just connecting how you teach to their way of learning. And so we're going to examine the digital classroom, and hopefully we can take a lot of nuggets from that and build some great atmospheres when we get back into our classroom. And then teaching and learning barriers. What are some modern day challenges that can help that can help in our classrooms right now? I'm going to be very transparent with you. In my research, and in my research, I work as a consultant. I may travel to a show. I may go, just they don't even know who I am or whatever. I have a survey. Well, one of the biggest teaching and learning barriers that I see is language. Language. And I've even had that with my had a conversation with my educator is language. I know your language, but if you have a student, one student out of 10 that speaks another language, I made it just, it was upon me to just kind of sit back and observe how that educator interacted with everybody else that she was familiar with. She was in a comfortable place. And it was really, hey, your job's on the line if you don't interact with this student. This student deserves the same amount of respect and attention as anybody else. And so language initially for us was a barrier. And educators had to come on board, and there were so many resources available that you're going to speak Spanish by the time you leave here. Because if you have a Spanish student, they need to know everything you're saying the same way you're saying it in English. So Spanish has been one of those things that we've taken on as far as apps and languages and even captioning and learning, and we even have a liaison that is bilingual. She's Gen Z, and she is their support in the classroom with English speaking educators. All right. She's not a translator. She's more than a translator. She's an educational support. She'll be in the classroom with them. She'll hang out with them. They can call her. She can answer questions. She know everything that I know. Okay. So she is a support. And that's something we had to do to cross over that barrier. And so there's other barriers like different learning, not only learning styles, but learning disabilities, different students that are coming to school with handicaps. And so how do we deal with that? They deserve the same thing. And so since they deserve the same thing, we just have to figure out how do we not only teach everybody else, but how do we bring those individuals in and make them part of the classroom as well? There are some other learning and teaching barriers that we can identify that tomorrow, hopefully we have strategies to knock those barriers down. And most of the time we see them in students, okay? And we see them in the learners. And with us seeing those barriers in the learners, we need to identify those and quickly adapt the strategy. Okay, quickly adapt strategies. If you let it linger, it becomes a big, big fire. All right, something that you cannot control. So I'm excited to go over those. It says, what is your life theme song? All right, we got to create a playlist, y'all. Let me tell you, BELC 23, last year, I've been playing that playlist. I play that playlist all year long. Let me tell you who's on that playlist. Charlie Wilson, Al Green, Bill Withers, Mary J. Blige, Mariah Carey, Pastor Mike Jr., Destiny's Child, Lauren Daigle, Gregory Porter, Carrie Underwood, y'all, CeCe Winans, and so many, many more. That's on BELC 23 playlist. Okay. So what we're getting ready to do now, we need a playlist that has the characteristics of who you are. So when you walk in a room, hear me good. When you walk in the room, what song introduces you? What's your theme song of the season? What's your jam right now? Okay. I need you to go into the chat, put your songs in, and we're going to create a playlist. And tonight I'm going to create a playlist, and that's going to be our jam. And I'm going to send that playlist to everybody. And that is a good way to remember this training and everybody that was a part of. What's your life song? All right. What's your theme song? Right now, if you was to walk in a room, what's your jam? I am going to um yes, Love and Happiness. Hey Jacqueline, how are you? Love and Happiness by Al Green. I love it. Yes, Pink, Raise Your Glass. Okay, Tony. It feels good. You know what? I'm adding that to my list. Dariah, hi. Rashawn says, Cody Johnson, I can't even walk without you. Holding my hand. I love it. Y'all, I got a little grown too. Let me tell you, when you click over into them 40s, woo, I like jazz. Gregory Porter is my dude. Okay. But let me tell you, my playlist can go from Hezekiah Walker to Maverick City to Glorilla to Gregory Porter to Al Green. And my students love it. My students love it when I tell you. Awesome, awesome. I hope you dance. Okay, Leon Warwick, Shine Down. Great, great, great. Okay, okay. On the road again. Yes, Diedrich Haddon. Let me go to mine. Let me see. Um, I have a playlist that's significant to me with all of my, you know what? That song, Nakisha, that's my jam. Okay, let me tell you, LaKenya, I'm a Southern Soul girl. So I'm a Cicely and a King George. You know, I don't mean no harm. I'm trail ride. I love it. Yes. Oh yeah. Rest in love, Rich Homie Quan. Yes. West Love. King. Okay, so we're gonna have a Southern Girl social, okay? Yes. I was just listening to this the other day. Yes, Mary J. Blige is actually on their playlist as well. Just fine. Awesome. All right. So y'all, let me take some pictures of those songs and we're gonna create our playlist. You still got time to put your song in, get your jam on. Yes. God Did by DJ Khaled. Okay. I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm Blessed by Charlie Wilson. That seems to be um one of those that I see in every training we do. That's one of those. Oh, Oceans, Rachel. Now I love Oceans. And when I tell you, um, the lyrics, Rachel. That's my jam. That's my worship. That's one of my favorite worship songs. All right, y'all. We're gonna create that playlist. We're gonna have some to move on. Good job with that activity. So here's why I need three people to unmute. I just want to randomly choose some people. Tell us why that's your song. It's Miss Candace, Miss Courtney, and Lukenya. Are you guys available to tell us why that's your song? If you put your song in the chat, Lukenya, Miss Candace Morrison,
Hey,
and Courtney.
hey, Destiny, I'm here.
Hey.
Hey, I'll go first. Okay, so let's see. So mine is I have several, but I had to like break it down. So
Okay.
my song is my I guess my number one song would be Grace Got
Mm,
You, by Mercy Me. It's been a song that I've liked for a really long time. And I
mm,
think that I think just as an educator,
mm-hmm.
especially in the field that I'm in, I'm always getting students who, well, not always, but a lot of the students that I get already are already estheticians, and they're going into the laser field or the medical aesthetics field, and they're really, really
Yeah.
nervous. So you have to put them at ease, and it's just like, and just give them some grace. So,
Mm-hmm.
and learning. So that's what I got to do. So that's where, Grace got you as well.
Oh wow. I
So
love it. I
just,
love it. I love it. Thank you. And guess what?
yes.
That's the first song on our playlist I'm adding.
Oh,
Awesome.
thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, who's next?
Can you hear me, Destiny? I'm here. It's Courtney.
Yes, I got you. Come on, Courtney.
So my song is Spirit Lead Me because I wouldn't be where I'm at without following
Mm,
his voice. And I have a lot of students, a lot of transfer students that just needed a little bit more help and shown a little bit more grace. So I'm where I'm at
mm.
by listening to his voice.
Now, give me the because those are lyrics. Give me who actually sings that. Is that Hillsong?
I'm not sure. There's a few different people that sing that one.
Okay,
Spirit
okay.
Lead Me Where Your Trust Is Without Borders.
Oh, that's Oceans.
Is that one?
Yeah, that's Oceans. Um, oh yeah, that's Rachel's song also. Oh yeah, I love it. Thank you. Adding to the playlist. Thank you. All right, who's next?
Hi, everyone. Well, I picked King George because I'm a little soulful girl. I'm from the country, so I just love a variety of his music and
Yeah.
artists like him. So that wasn't the reason. And he's on my playlist, and I kind of listen to him every time I'm riding down the street. That's my go-to that I can listen to all day.
Okay. It was breaking up a little bit. Which song by him? I absolutely love his songs too. Which song was
Um,
that?
that was Girl, You Got It.
Okay. When I say that motivate, that is some motivation. Okay, adding to our playlist. Yep, adding to our playlist. So far, guys, we have 3 songs. Every break, I'm gonna add more and more. So kudos. It's the BELC Tennessee 24. It's our playlist. It's our jam. That's our thing. So absolutely love it. My niece, I don't know if you guys have these moments, but my niece, we have these moments. She said, T, I need to go to Target. And you know what that means? Yeah, she won't spend my money, but you know what I value about those Target runs? She wants to share She wants to talk about in Target. She can talk about anything about school and life. But you know what I get from her? She always shares her music with me. She discovered last year Bone Thugs and Harmony, and it was like, this is a bomb group. I was like, really? But she always shares her music with me, and music binds us together. And I absolutely love it. She shares new worship songs with me, and I share with her, and it opens up the door for us to have conversations. But in our classrooms, this is why I do the playlist in the classroom. Y'all, it breaks the ice, and it makes it's that foundation of a safe place. Most of our students are rhythmic. Most of our students do like music. We like music. And so you're gonna always hear something some beat or rhythm in my background because it helps me flow. Okay. It relaxes me. And it does the same thing to your children, same thing to your classroom, and so on and so on. The world will be really dry without music, sound. Okay. And so it connects. And what it does for me and my niece, it binds us together in a place that no one else can penetrate. That's our little thing. It's the songs that we share on each other's playlists. And in the classroom, here's how it works in the classroom. New class or any class, Monday morning, let's get a playlist. Tuesday morning, let's curate a playlist. It's your song. It no cursing, no explicit lyrics, but this your song. Okay, this is your song that make you feel good, because the whole time they're there in the classroom, I need them to feel amazing. Okay, so this is their song, and it's okay if the teacher has a song too, because they want to know that the teacher is human. Okay, we're not here, and neither are we here. The teacher needs to be someone they can talk to, be comfortable enough with talking to and teaching, and just the educator is just like that person that guides. You're literally the coach of the classroom. So your team is waiting for you. And most teams have a team song. Okay. So if you don't have a team song, you can't choose one, just choose them all. Everybody has something. That's a cool way that I learned what my students are into, okay, what they like. When their song comes on, that's your jam. Long as you're still doing your work, I don't care what you're doing, you're still working on your mannequin. If you feel like you want to just bop, 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 hey, it brings great, amazing energy into the classroom, and it keeps my students rolling. And because I would say 80% of my students are Gen Z, I want them to still have a choice. I don't want, and even with my students that are baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, such as so I can have a student who's in their 30s and 40s, definitely not a Gen Z, but I don't want to have every dictation of the classroom to where they feel like they don't have a choice and they're smothered. I'm always going to give my students a choice. Now, I am going to minimize their choices, but I'm going to give them a choice. And when it comes to the music, long as they follow the rules, hey, let's keep it going. 5 o'clock will be here before you know it. I absolutely love it. Let's build greater rapport in the classroom by creating a playlist. You can even do this with movies. You can do this with TV shows, things of that nature. It's a great icebreaker. And when you put the music on, watch and observe how well they get the job done. You are going to find you have some students who are not book students, but they are rhythm students, they're visual students, and they will work just as good, just as well, produce just as much as anyone else, okay, when you know how they learn. So this is all about how they learn. All right, let's move on to the next slide. And then I'm gonna go in the chat. Yep, yep. So we got 11 new messages. Yes. Angela says, I've learned when you set the mood in the class of music, they'll work a bit more. Yes. No work, no music. If you want to have drama, no work, no music. Yes. And we forgot that Kendrick Lamar, our class, like our school has a song, call it corny, but it's They Not Like Us. You know, that's our school song. We're not that's our jam. We ain't in competition with nobody, but that's our jam. They know They Not Like Us. Man, on a Wednesday night when you got Cosmo anesthetics in the house and junior instructors in the house and regular instructors in the house, that's our jam. Like we motivate each other. So get you a school jam and flow. You know, many a times you probably have seen students that come with so many issues. Ask them what their jam is. Look, listen to the music, lighten up a little bit. But it literally allows you to relax and tame the classroom. So yeah, we get us some music. So here we go. Let's chat. We're gonna light the chat up. It says good educators create a vision, articulate the vision, passionately own the vision, and relentlessly drive it to completion. What traits should a good educator have in their toolbox? Let's chat. What do you think a good trait should an educator have in their toolbox? Like, if you're going to be teaching, you need to make sure blank. You know what I'm going to say? Patience. That's my word. Patience for people. Patience for yourself. You're not going to learn it all in one day. Patience for your students, your learners. Patience for your co-workers. Patience with your directors, your school owners. I'm going to say patience. What are you guys going to say? We're going over to the chat. Light the chat up. If one thing or what traits do you think a good educator will have in their toolbox? Like literally. I say patience. Mental flexibility. Yes, Nakisha. Grace and dignity. Brent, you're amazing. Yes, yes. Listening skills. Olga, yes. Patience. Yes, yes, yes. Gregory Brazo, my friend. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, Rachel. Good listening skills. You got to listen for what they're telling you and the in-between stuff they're not telling you. iPhone says open mind. Yes. Consistency, compassion. Gary says kindness, amazing. Sonia, approachable. Let's talk about it. You got to be approachable. How everybody else know what's going on and you don't know what's going on? Great minds think alike. Yes, patience, a sense of humor. When I tell you, I think I'm super funny. I'm probably corny, but I don't care. My students, if I can make them smile, I'm good. Melanie says stay positive no matter what, no matter what. Donna says relatable. Yes. Compassion, open mind, willingness to adapt, be able to multitask. Yes. Personable. Okay. Yes. And personable, yes, I can see that because the students with this generation, they want to know a little bit more about you, not just the Miss Cox that they see from 9 to 11 on Zoom 1, 12 to 3, or 5 to 9 in the building. They want to know something else. They want to know what your interests are as well. Oh my goodness. Honesty and empathy, yes. Oh, yes. Deborah, I agree. I definitely agree. Consistency and flexibility, yes. Y'all are teaching. Y'all are teaching. These are some great characteristics for a good educator. Y'all, yes, relatable. Don't be too far gone. I don't like reading my resume. Most of the time, where I am now, I never say anything about being a colorist. I never say anything about working on anybody's stages because that stuff doesn't matter. What matters right now, let me tell you, what matters right now is getting my students over to cross the line. When you get over on the other side and you're licensed, that's a win. That's a win for me. And not only that, we'll talk about the landscape of what's coming in. A good educator keeps learning because the students that are coming in, they're smart. They're not waiting to, oh, when I grow up and when I finish, I'm going to do this. No, 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 no. They already doing it. I have an 18-year-old that made $100,000 her senior year of high school. And I'm like, whoa. So guess what? I have to teach her, but I have to teach her and I have to add some financial responsibility to it. So I have to cater her lessons. You know, I have to have a little bit of everything because she's 18 years old. Social media are making these teenagers wealthy. And she has a skill of lash training. And she's 18 and I love it. But you know, my biggest concern, she's smart, she's gonna pass, but my biggest concern is her being 40 with no money. So while she's making it, if I can bring in someone who knows business or business structure, financial responsibility, I don't do that for them. That's the goal. Is to make sure they're connected with the right mentors or the right people that's going to pour into them. And so it's not just giving them what's in the book. You got to love people. You got to want people to succeed. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. You gotta be catering. But you know, the funny thing about it, I'm not gonna be catering to I just let them run the ship. I'm gonna go ahead and say, hey, this is what you get to choose. And choose from that. Because this structure is how we roll it. But you can choose from this. Yes. Yeah, you said I felt business and finances are very lacking to non-existent when I was in school. Yes, financial literacy. Even Milady has partnered with a company to offer financial literacy as a course. Did y'all know that? But for me, I didn't pick it up. It may be good for larger corporate school, but really on personal, smaller school. I have connections and resources, you know, of people all across the country that do that real life. I want my students to be able to touch somebody and say, look at their receipts, look at their resume. They did it, you can do it too. All because I like that relatability, that closeness is why I did not go for a program like that. I know people, I know bank professionals, and I even know beauty professionals who are now in financials, you know? So that was amazing, guys. That was amazing. That was worth the screenshot. If you go and take a picture of those, because it really can build us up. As we prepare to move on, let's see what we got. It says, every time I step on the field, I'm going to give my whole heart. Regardless of the score, Tim Tebow. And my thing was show up, don't give up. Every time, I think we kind of said this as well, every time we're in the classroom, whatever that is, that thing that you're showing up to, every time you show up to work, I don't care what the problem is, you show up as your whole self. You deal with everything else later. When I was 19, I started teaching on a dare. I trained at New Wave Hair Academy in Raleigh under Miss Simeon, amazing Miss Simeon, Miss Broom, Mr. Biddle. They were my educators. They were my mentors. And when I tell you, yes, I strict. I appreciate it so much now. I appreciate it so much now. But what they taught me, because I was 19 coming into leadership, what they taught me was compartmentalization. Whatever's going on out there, it got to cut at this door because now these learners are depending on you. So I have to show up and don't give up. Our school had a word um, last year. We do words, and it was intentional. And so instead of having a come to Jesus moment and fussing and y'all ain't doing this and we need to do this, we got to work on this, work your grades not where it needs to be. We talked about being intentional, and every student made a commitment that when they show up, they're going to go back to why they signed up, why they chose this career. When they show up, they're going to be intentional. For me, I could leave right from an airport and head right to work. And the student goes, you don't want to take a day off? It's not that I didn't want to take a day off. I have people depending on me showing up and depending on me teaching them and me showing up, whether it's on Zoom or in person. Show up, don't give up. I don't care how hard it gets. Let's find a resolution, but show up. And your supervisors, directors, the school owners, they appreciate you showing up, okay? They appreciate you showing up, but if you're not going to do the whole job, what are we doing? Okay? Let's show up with our whole heart. And remember that people, especially this day and age, they need you to show up. Sometimes you are the person that smiles to them all day. No one else gave them a hug, okay? No one else did anything else. So we're going to start to show up even more and be more intentional. So let's go with it. It says, don't walk away from this conference empty-handed. Strategy. Now let's start. We talking about something now. Strategy. We're going to involve setting goals and priorities, determining actions to achieve the goals, and mobilizing resources to execute the actions. It says a strategy describes how the ends, the goals, will be achieved by the means, the resources. To be successful, no matter where you already have it. If you're in the school and saying, I need this, everything you need for that class to be successful, you already have it. Your resources are fully loaded. Hopefully today I can share some resources and I can get some resources as well. But have a strategy. Okay, we're going to win. I don't care what it is, but we're going to win. By the end of this module, you're going to cross over. You're going to be able to do this. You're going to be able to do this. And we're going to celebrate at the end. I do that all the time, y'all, because can you imagine the smallest accomplishment is really big to a lot of our students. It's nothing much for us because we've accomplished so much, as you can see in the chat. But the little things, I start to celebrate those. And guess what that does? It helps build the morale of the students, and it helps build the confidence of the students. I'm a little cookie cutter, I am, but I've learned to love and celebrate people. And that's all your students want. They just want that. They want a little celebration, someone that understands them. That's why they stay at school all day. When they supposed to leave at 2, they still hanging around. Class starts at 5 in the building. They're there at 3. I'm like, okay, well, come on in then. Stay in your corner, and I'll stay in my corner until it's time. But we have to have a strategy. And so I hope you're taking notes and we start to pick up from there. All right. Since we're not leaving empty-handed, this is what we need to do. Establish the game plan in our classroom. I've already told you from just my years of experience, and many people have 30, 40, I saw 44 years of experience. You can't really wing it. And it's a dishonor and it's disrespectful to your team to wing it. because what happens with one, they eventually say that's everybody, and it's not. So you're going to establish the game plan in your classroom. Guess what? That game plan may change every quarter depending on the plays, depending on the players, depending on, what's the objectives. So establish the game plan in the classroom. Encourage collaboration and teamwork. I have been a part of teams where something was not one person's strength, but if it was this strength over here, that person came and supported. No one knew about it. So even as the team, remember, this is my job and this is all I'm gonna do. Everybody works together as a team. And guess what? In our classrooms, you have to encourage collaboration and teamwork because for me, it works. It gets my quiet person out of their shell, and slowly, 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 they become more talkative and a part of the classroom. And really, the other students become very protective, and they notice really quick who's the quiet one, and don't say nothing about my quiet student because my other students are like, they sense of protection, and so they build relationship and rapport. And so we encourage collaboration and teamwork and develop safe spaces to innovate. Somebody may have been told to shut up, be quiet, don't talk all their life. All right. So when a student wants to say something, there's a time, yeah, go ahead, have your way. Okay. You good? Anything else? Now let's talk about it. It is a safe space. Students could be who they are without thinking they have to be like other people. And when students have a safe space, they feel that they can trust you. And educators, we need to have that trust because you are that pivotal person in their life that can really change their whole life around. How many testimonies have you heard of those teachers that football players and leaders are world leaders that say it goes back to that one teacher? You are definitely playing a part in the lives of so many, but it's a safe space. I have learned as an educator not to be offended. Y'all, they talked about Jesus. Yeah, when you're doing great, it's going to happen, but it's a safe space. Don't get offended by how you think a student feels or whatever is going on. Allow them to be in a safe space. That's why we have a no bullying policy. No bullying, no gossiping. Our students could be really, it's in their enrollment agreement. You could be removed from the program if you're causing discord. Okay. So no, not only it's a safe space, we're going to have some peace in here. And so sometimes we got to get our classrooms back, and we gain control by being on the same page and say, okay, is this not a safe space for everybody? We want everybody to feel good and feel respected. So yeah, we develop safe spaces. That's why it feels so good they don't want to go home. That's why they want to come early. They go through so much at home. That is their safe space. Opportunities are limitless. Okay? So many things we could do in the classroom if our educators, school, our directors allow. But as an educator, you have so many opportunities to teach, to learn. There's so many teaching moments in everything. And I find that with my educators, yeah, I'm having sidebars and teaching moments even with them on tips and ways to orchestrate classrooms. And I'd really just say, I let them teach. I've been at the place where there's been a lot of bars on me. I let them teach, but long as you follow these parameters. So, but there's so many opportunities to teach differently. And for our creative educators and creatives in the classroom, open those up. And this is where social media comes in. This is where a lot of hands-on virtual things come in. So even if my guest speakers can't come in the building, I go live. We FaceTime. We bring them into the classroom. We'll do a Zoom. Okay, so it's so many opportunities and so many teaching moments. And I think that technology has allowed us to do that. It says the sky is not the limit. Y'all, if you ever flew in an airplane, you'll know there's a sun, there's a moon. You can go above the clouds, okay? And I don't want my students to be limited. So I just kind of say the sky is not the limit. You can do anything you want to do. Anything, literally, that you want to do. And so this is just preliminary. Okay, I support you. And then what are we going to do? Remember, I put it all back in their hands. So let's see what our next one goes. Fire and ice breakers. We have ice breakers. Now we have fire and ice breakers. We have to get to know the audience, okay? We're moving into teaching methodologies, but we have to get to know the audience. What was, and these are 4 things that I may randomly, not in the beginning of class all the time, maybe after lunch, it may be after a break, it may be after a long session, diseases and disorders. It may be at the end of class. I throw these fire and ice breakers out, and guess what? When they're too quiet, something wrong. I want talk back to me, okay? What was your favorite year? So I'm learning about students. When they come in, new class, what's your favorite year? Or in the middle, okay, guys, we got a fire chat. Let's do a fire chat. A fireside chat is a quick 15-minute teaching. What can you teach them really, really fast in 15 minutes? And this fireside chat, you can give to any person in the classroom. So somebody may have a skill that doesn't even relate to beauty. Okay? Like the Takeda. The young lady that's getting ready to take the building and coding. Forgot who that was. That's a skill. Do you have something in your skill set that you can share to the rest of the class for 15 minutes or less? Or how many tips can we get in 15 minutes? Sometimes students need a break from all the beauty and it just go a moose-out moment and fireside chat. I can do a lot of stuff in 15 minutes. But if I also have a student that's a pharmacist, that student is going to be called on when it's time to talk about ingredients that cause so many issues in skincare. So product development, we do that, okay? And somebody has a skill set at their job. So a lot of times I let the students tell me what they do every day. Even if they say they're an at-home mom, tell me about being an at-home mom for 15 minutes. And it may relate to someone. We're just taking a break from the lesson. Because honestly, y'all, 8 hours of a lot of beauty is a lot of information. And a lot of these were developed and we kept them while we were in our virtual space during pandemic. Okay. So having fireside chats, the instructor could do it, and then we could pass it over to the students. You got 15 minutes. Tell me something new, basically. And if you could choose any career choice, what would it be? If you weren't a hairdresser, what would it be? I think I'd be a doctor, period. Okay. I would probably be a doctor. Okay. And I get my students to say that. And I have a lot of students that are second career. And so this is a big thing for them. They get to say, hey, I did 15 years because what mom wanted me to do. Now I'm living and this is what I want to do. I'm finally doing something for me. So you have those aha moments sometimes in your icebreakers and your fire chats. And last but not least, if you were a candy, what will it be and why? and I will have that candy available, just a bowl of candy. Okay. If you were a candy, what would you be and why? And it's just a fun thing. Students get to take a snack, and it's a great team development um, thing as well. Just have some energy. And I may do this after lunch, and sometimes I do it at the end of class as well. So those are fire and icebreakers. Screenshot them. Of course, you'll have them available. I need a time person, because y'all know I will. If you don't know, I talk and I'll be teaching. I talk and I'll be teaching. We be a went past break. I need a time person, and that person would just let us know about the times. A high chew, my number one. Yes, definitely. All right, y'all. We're gonna take we'll take a break at 10:30. Okay. We've already passed a little bit. So let's go. We're gonna go in with our 10 minutes, and then we'll take a break at 10:30. It says, who's on your roster? Now let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What position do you play well? And what position does your learners play? You got offense and defense. Here's the thing, guys. Everybody should be in offense. We're going for the win. We're going for the win. We're going for the win. In the classroom, having an educator on defense, it becomes a barrier to the students. And when I say that, you're always on guard. You're uptight. Your issues from home are now pouring into the classroom. You're not relatable. Remember those two kids? You're not relatable. You're not consistent. You're moody, you know? And so sometimes we got to figure us out, and then we got to figure out what position we play. Do we want this thing to be successful, or do we want to have an issue every day? Okay. And so what position does our learners play? That's something we definitely need to discuss. Let's look at it. We got coaches. This is for our owners, directors, and educators. All of us could be coaches. It says, as a coach, we need to be able to reach a diverse group of students with a variety of backgrounds, experiences, cultures, and learning styles. I don't care how they learn. I had a student, and I tell this story all the time. I had a student, she was funny, beautiful, great personality, but when it was time to test, horrible. And she deflected, okay? And so one day I said, what's wrong? You know, it's kind of like you get it, but you don't get it. And she said, well, I know it, I just don't know how to, you know. And I said, oh, okay, I'm identifying a learning style. So I took pictures and copied the procedure of the manicure and took the pictures and just scrambled them around and said, I'm gonna let you participate in the quiz. Take these steps and put them in order for me. Y'all, you know, she put them in order so fast. She knew the word. It was the words. They would scramble her. She knew the word. So she still had some issues in her foundational learning that caused her as an adult to kind of be offset a little bit. But finding someone that saw that and that said, okay, I'm going to find another way. While you work on getting better, let's find another way for you to learn. We got to make sure as a coach that we see stuff and we don't let it ride. Okay? We see stuff and we come to figure out what's the plan. We have so many students. Every student is not going to match our intelligence, but we have so many students, so many different groups of people. That's why we have a Spanish liaison. If I had French students, my goal is to find someone who speaks French fluently and bring them into the classroom, because still the goal does not change of having this person go over to the finish line. Everybody must complete and everybody must be licensed and everybody got to go to work. So it doesn't matter the background. All right. And then I'm learning. It's a continuation of learning how people learn. Adapt your programs, adapt your curriculums, adapt the lesson, the topic, whatever you want to call it, to how your student learns. Being non-biased, seeing the potential in all, and equipping them to pull it out. Push, keep going. You know, in a game, it could get tough. Okay? Yeah. In a game, it could get tough. And sometimes we get to the fourth quarter and we trying to figure it out. All right. But a coach is still coaching, even if you know the outcome may not be what you want it to be. Not this time, but you still coach to the end. All right. You don't give up. You keep it going. And eventually there's going to be a turnaround. So let's see. There's two positions we're going to play. Our educators, y'all going to be the quarterbacks. And your learners, they're going to be the running backs. So I know I have some football guys on here and ladies. We're going to be the quarterback. So once we understand coaching and our position on the field, it says the quarterback is the player who receives the ball. I got my direction from my owner. I got my direction from my director. I know where to go. From the center to start the play, I'm going in my classroom. It's considered the most influential position on the offensive side because his team's progress down the field is dependent on his success. You know, a lot of times what we see in the students, the instructor's room, they're just picking up from us. They're picking up from us. We are the quarterbacks. We set the tone. We get the plan, and then we push, okay? It says the quarterback is responsible for receiving a play from the coaches on the sideline and communicating the play to the other players, offensive players in the huddle, all right? And serves as the leader of the team's passing game. Y'all, the quarterback is very, very important. So as educators, think of yourself as the quarterback. Even though we may have the skill set to be the coach, we're the educator, we're the quarterback right now. What the coach needs is a good quarterback. Okay? Even though we can do the job as the coach, what the coach needs, not another person who can be a coach, they need someone who can be the quarterback. Can I give you the plan? Can we come up with a plan? I give you the plan. You go back to your classroom, distribute the plan, and how we win the game is how you play it. You have to communicate with your learners the plan. So everybody's on the same field. If we're saying win, win, win in our team development, we should also be saying win, win, win in our classrooms. The same language as the coach we get from the coach should be the same language we give to our team members when we're in our classroom. Okay? That's how we're going to win. And the running backs, they're all learners. They are players who line up behind the offensive line in a position to receive. Y'all, they are ready. And y'all, I can be a little country, so I'm going to say y'all a lot, okay? But they are ready to receive. They would not have picked up the phone and said, what do I have to do to get to the other side? What do I have to do to become an esthetician? What do I have to do to become a cosmetologist, a barber, a manicurist, a natural hairstylist, a laser tech? They would have never picked up the phone. They're ready to receive. We got to be ready. Okay? Okay? They're going to receive a handoff from the quarterback and they're going to execute the play. So we have to be prepared with our lesson plan and our daily schedule and say, this is what we're going to do today. And at this time, we're doing this. And today, I want you to work on that. They're going to get that plan and they execute. What if you show up? What if the quarterback shows up with no plan? Okay. The coach is like, what's going on? And the running backs, the learners are like, we ain't doing nothing today. I ain't learned nothing today. That's a sad, sad thing. So, and basically what happens, we probably lose the game for the day because our quarterback's not in the place they need to be mentally, okay, knowledgeably. If that's a word, okay, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the capability because they don't have the resources. All right. Anywhere from 1 to 3 running backs. Now, here's the thing: in our classrooms, do you have a person that you would consider a leader? A lot of times, I would give my running back, my key running back, I would make them a peer trainer. I would make them a peer trainer. And they will help and they will assist along the way. And everybody being in position wins the game. Okay? Everybody being in position wins the game. A team is nothing without their coach. So we need the coaches. And really, a coach is nothing without their quarterback. We need the quarterback. And the quarterback holds the most important position. And then a quarterback can't do it all by themselves. So you got to give direction to your running backs. All right. So as we prepare and move on, now we know the positions we play. All right. And in the positions we play, thank you. Thank you, Don. Since we know the positions we play, let's do better. Let's evolve, start to involve everybody, and let's build a winning team. Y'all, we're going to take a break. Let's be back at 10:45. I'm going to cut the screen, and I'm going to cut my volume. Let's stretch, let's breathe, and I see you guys back at 10:45. When the music comes on, you already know it's time to go. All right. Y'all have a good break.
Next time when you tell me, let me fall in. Bubbling inside of you, spilling over cause your life is full. How incredible, undeniable, monumental like the Eiffel.
It's the roll call, y'all. We are on schedule. Thank God. We're making it. Welcome to the second quarter. All right, whose song was this? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back to the second quarter. Where my Southern Soul ladies at? You can turn that up. A little motivation for the ladies.
Baby, I see you look good tonight. You smell so good. Made you look so nice. Get next to you, baby. You only put just around now. I've been trying so hard, trying to find the words to explain. Your body, baby, make it hard to maintain. Ooh, I got to tell you, baby, the way that I feel. Sugarcoat it, baby. I gotta tell you, act like you know it. Girl, you've got it.
Here we go. There we go.
Go ahead, do your thing. Say you looking good tonight. I just really wanna know your thing. Go ahead, do your thing. Go ahead, do your thing. Say you looking good.
All right, after break, everybody knows we got the roll call. You guys have already gotten used to how we do it. You're putting your name in the chat with your license number. Look, guys, if you don't have it, we need it to turn in everything. So make sure we have it in place, okay? Let's make sure we add that. So every time we come back, we're gonna make sure we do this. Our next break is definitely gonna be our lunch. That's gonna be our halftime experience. So go ahead and get you something to eat. I hope y'all got y'all snacks. I got water, a little tea, and some chocolate. So let's roll. All right. Before we get started, let me get a takeaway. So we're moving into our second quarter. What is something you took away from the first quarter? Everything we talked about already. Someone give me a takeaway, okay? You can unmute. This interactive, you know I will go down a road real quick and call somebody, but
We are the quarterbacks. This is Stephanie Hendricks. I'm sorry. We're the quarterbacks. I'm trying to be quiet because I'm on a cruise.
okay, awesome, awesome. The quarterback.
Implementing music.
Yes, yes, that's good. That's good. What else we got?
Stepping out of
One
your
more.
stepping out of your comfort zone and going into other areas that you feel comfortable with that would allow you to relate to your students other than just
Exactly.
the basics.
Yeah, and it's okay, y'all. It's okay. You know, sometimes we have those stigmas of, you know, we want to do it how they did it 20 years ago, which was amazing. You know, it's a great standard, great foundation. Um, but there's so many additional factors, you know, now. Schooling, economy, so many different things. People are learning different. And so you want to be able to be, you know, more of a difference, have an impact. And so that's it. I always go outside of my comfort zone. So it seems like here I am. This is my comfort place now. So let's chat. Embrace the new, no matter how uncomfortable. All right. Embrace the new, no matter how uncomfortable, and make it work for you. All right. And a lot of times, even with me and learning, I share with my students, I have not always been a reader. Okay. My words, even at 45, I may see something and write something different. All right. And so I'm just able at between 43 to 45 be able to share that, you know, that it happens. And if you see that, tell Ms. Cox, hey, say something. And so that also says, okay, dang, Ms. Cox shared that with me. She's not embarrassed about it. It happens. And guess what? Guess what they say? Ms. Cox, my words do the same thing. I see the same thing, you know? In which no one caught it for me, but maybe my 16-year-old that says that she sees that, maybe it's great opportunity for her to catch it, you know? And so outside of the comfort zone. So I share, sometimes that's my part of being relatable. That's my personable connection, is showing the humanoid side, okay? The humanoid side of me, not the robot educator instructor side of me. All right. And so let's see what I think we have a video. Here we go. And it's loading slowly. Here we go. Let me make sure the volume's up.
Realize like you're bantering back and forth, like you're cracking jokes with each other. It's like we all feel like strangers. I've realized that like that first 9 weeks, like you and the kids don't know each other. You're getting to know each other. And then it's like without noticing it, you at some point in time, you just morph into this like family where you realize like you're bantering back and forth, like you're cracking jokes with each other. It's like we all feel like strangers to each other at the beginning of the school year. It still feels like this is my teacher. Like it feels very robotic. And then at some point in time, once they see you every day for 9 weeks, then it's like you just develop into like this little family.
You've got like this little trust going on. You're right. Like you just wake up one day and you're like, wait a minute. Like I know everybody's role. Every class period has a different personality, and you know like which hat to wear in first period versus fifth period. It's like a magical little space when you create it right.
It honestly made me choked up the other day for real. I've realized that like that first 9 weeks,
guys,
like you and the kids
talking about. Let me move back to the scene. They were talking about building that comfort space, that transitioning from that beginner, fresh new spot until that time comes where it just pops up on you that, hey, we're a crew, we're a crew now. And so that happens. And so being able to embrace that is going to be amazing. And you'll be able to see that. And she was closing her comments out and she said it kind of choked her up a little bit. Y'all, we have them, I know for my students, anywhere between 3 months to a year, depending on the program that they're in. And I had a student tell me, Ms. Cox, it's almost time for me to go. And I said, I know, I don't want you to go. I literally don't want you to go, but you gotta go. You gotta go be great. And she says, I don't want to go. And I'm like, you gotta go, but you can come back. Okay, what we've had to do for my schools that's on here, sometimes the relationships that the students, your graduates build with you are the foundation of their relationships in the world. Okay, it's the beginning of them learning how to treat people, how to work well with others. Like I gave you the testimony about Target. What Target was to me, your school, your classroom becomes that to a young person or a new person coming in. It's the first time they're in a group. I'm very protective of my 16 to 18-year-olds. And yeah, I work hand in hand with their parents. Who would have ever thought? But I do, because I want to be on the same page as the parents, and I want them to be on the same page with me. We have the same goal to get over to the other side. And when I see that and embrace that, that is the place. Although I don't have any physical children, I have children. So those children that are 16 to 18, they do become a part of my legacy, my team, and all that. They part of the household, because they eat just as much. They like you feeding them. They eat just as much like they're your real child. They start talking like you and everything. And our Spanish liaison really was a graduate of ours and started working, but her family became my family. And so she graduated and I hired her. Okay. I immediately hired her. And her family became my family, and we just kind of connected. Sometimes there's language barriers, but I laugh, they laugh, and we all just kind of figure it out. But I had to step outside a comfort zone and be okay. And they also had to do that. And now it's kind of like she goes somewhere. I'm like, where you going? Watch yourself, get yourself together. And she does me the same way. And so we have that within ourselves. But I never would have stepped outside of my comfort zone and that robot of teaching, I would have never gotten to know how valuable this person was as a friend and as a business, part of my business. So I'm grateful for that. Let's prepare to move over to the next screen. Let's see what we got. I think it's going to show us the same video. I have a couple of YouTube videos in here, and of course, they're going to be on the screen as well. And for our technology people, our presentation is brought to you today through Team Canva, CANVA. When we go over digital classrooms, I was going to let you guys explore my Canva. It's the Team DCI Canva. So explore the Canva and explore our Gamma, GAMMA. Okay. So those are some of the top resources that we have for our educators. It says, how do you deliver? We must become knowledgeable of a variety of learning profiles and models, as well as the use of multiple intelligences. Okay, we got to offer our adult learners choices and master a medley of delivery methods. Yeah, it's not something you can wing. All right, we got to have all this together, and we got to make it fun. We got to inspire a love of learning in our students. They come with so much talent, and they come with wanting a want to learn, a desire to learn. You got to give it to them, and you got to make it fun. And so somewhere along the way, you got to say, well, how am I going to do this? Yeah, you have lesson plans that tell you what you're going to teach. But you're like, man, educators need coaches. we need a huddle to say, hey, this is how you should do it like this. It worked for me. Or I see you going down the wrong road. I don't think you should try it like that, but try it, see what happens, and come and let me know. So how do you deliver? And this only comes about through experience. All right. We have so many different avenues of delivery of information. But when we're in that classroom, whether in front of that screen or within those four walls, it's all on us. It's all on us. So we have to say, okay, these are not, a majority of them are not children. They are adult learners. How do we teach adult learners? We have to understand how they learn, okay? How they learn. So let's just go over some learning styles, very summarized, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to light the chat room up. What I want you guys to do, when we come upon the way you learn, now, I don't want you to say, this is the statement I don't want to, I don't want you to say, or I want you to get out of this statement. This is just me. It's just me. This is how I do it. I've been doing it 20 years, 30 years. It's just me. But really take a look and examine as you age and develop in life, okay? Your learning styles develop and grow as well. All right. So let's look at learning styles. Whenever you see your learning style, put your learning style in the chat. Let's light it up, because after this, we're going to go back to the chat. Verbal. You prefer using words, both in speech and writing. So you have students that need some words, both in speech and in writing. They want you to talk and they want you to write. I'm that person, y'all. Talk to me and put some notes on the board. All right. I am that person. I'm also that teacher. I was teaching an instructor training class, and I told them, I said, look, my note board, I'm gonna tell you how bad it is. And I'll probably go back and share a picture. Y'all, I took a whole wall and I painted it. My students went on break. I felt like my board, it wasn't enough space to put all the stuff in my head. So I took the board down. When I came back from break, the whole wall was now my chalkboard. period. I had a whiteboard and I said, this is enough. I can't keep erasing and going back. And just the mind of an educator, they got to get it out. They went on break. I forgot what holiday it was. They came back and the whole wall, and I started doing wall by wall. The whole wall was chalkboard paint. And I had chalk, took it back to the old school, and I had different color chalk. All right. And so from assessments to motivation, daily schedule to sanitation, it was all on the wall at the end of the day. And that chalkboard has become like a signature. My students come in looking for what's on the board. They go straight to the board. And now we have 2 boards. So I have the wall. And I say I'm not going to do all the walls. I have the wall, but also we have a board called the motivation wall, but we call it the word wall. So when a student graduates, they can put a motivation quote, leave it for your classmates. When you've heard something inspiring on Sunday, you want to come in, because I have students that say, I want to share this. They could put it on the wall. I may have a quote. And a lot of times you can get your message across without saying anything. You just tell the student, oh, you're feeling real funky today. You're just not feeling yourself today. I just got a lot going on. I said, okay, take you a moment, go over to the word wall, get your word, and just kind of ponder and then come back in. That's how I deal with it. I'm not taking it. I don't want all of that in the classroom. And it changes the atmosphere. Okay, take you a moment, go over to the word wall. And when you go over to the word wall, then I need you to come back around. All right. And a lot of times our clients will come in and read the word wall. So it's doing something without you saying what it's doing. Okay. So that's what we have. And it's all chalkboard, period. And if you've probably seen some TikToks or videos, you probably have seen my word wall, or I think I put the construction of me painting the wall or something on there. But I have to have words, and I have students that need words, and they are your verbal, linguistic, okay? Both in speech and writing. They're going to require that. So if you have a classroom with a personality of learning intelligence, they want you to talk, they want you to explain, and they want you to put notes. Yeah, we're going to work. I love it. Let's look at our next one. Mathematical, logical, mathematical. Look, yeah, I am this person. If you love color formulation, you my cousin. Okay. If you keep telling me, I'm going to forget. But if you give me a note that has my to-do of all the things you want me to do, you don't have to worry about checking on me. I am going to go down that list and I'm going to get it done. So logic structure, like numbers, reasoning systems, to do your task list. There's a system. You like to know the system. You have students that, let's say, can you show that to me one more time? Can you break it down or show me that? A lot of times, if you put on the board task 1, task 2, task 3, or add some times next to it, you are satisfying the need of this logical mathematical person. They know, they're not surprised. They know surprises can come up, but they know what they should be doing at any time of the day. They also know what's expected of them. And it says, look, you don't have to micromanage me, but if you give me a list and tell me exactly what you want me to do, I'm going to do it. Okay. So a logical mathematical person just want understanding. They just want direction. And a lot of times you don't have to double back because they got that list. And then you have your bodily kinesthetic. Oh, I'm a walker too. I'm also a hugger, but you have to ask permission to touch and permission to hug. And sometimes when I see someone says, oh, I'm a hugger, I'm like, yes, great. I'm a hugger too. Okay. Prefer using your body and hand and sense of touch. Just hit the mute for me, please. So here's our bodily kinesthetic, and how, let me break this down. If you have a person in the classroom, this person, if this is a boring subject, what if you think it's a boring subject, it's really wordy, this person will get distracted. They'll start looking for their phone. They'll start going through their purse, their backpack. And so bodily kinesthetic, if you can think about this, even though it sounds elementary, go to Amazon, get you some building blocks, or get you some connected dots, some connection with something that could build, get you some stress balls or something, and put it in the middle of the table. Just have it in a bowl in the classroom. This person would draw to it. They're listening to you, but their hands have to be moving and doing something. This is also a person that's very visual. They want to be up working. All right. So we have to identify when we see these things. Some educators could see it as a barrier. The students disrupting the classroom. They're always moving, they're always doing that. Well, we got to make sure our attention focus is top tier. All right. And then we got to have something in place that alters this person from moving around. All right. You got to have something. So since you know this is a learning style of maybe one or multiple students, you need to have some stress balls. You need to have some things that like connect the dots, or not connect the little sticks that they can make things. They're working, they're listening, they're staying put, but you got to have something to keep in their hands. All right. So it could even be the little thing that, you try to match up the cube, but you got to have something in their hands. All right. This person is going to get bored if we have a lot of words, and, they're not the same learning style as the ones before us. So this person may not even like reading, but they like to touch stuff. They like to get into stuff. They like to build stuff, or tear it up, or not tear it up, break it down just to rebuild it again. So it's going to take you talking to this particular learning style, this person, and finding out what they like to do with their hands. Okay. And then air quote cell phone. All right. If this person is Gen Z and they're always in their phone, it may create an issue when you try to pull the phone back. And so if you must use the phone, since we're going to learn something about Gen Z in a minute, if you must use the phone has to be in a place where it is a part of the learning. It's part of learning. I'm going to confess to you, because I told you I'm not a traditional school owner, and I'm not at a point where I choose not to argue and fuss, but I feel like I've evaluated enough of issues when I worked at other establishments. And because over 80% of my school is Gen Z, you'll find that they're used to 10 hours of technology, phone, video. They're used to 10 hours of that a day. And you pulling that back. Now, at our school, you have phone time. Okay. And you have at least 2 or 3 lessons that you can do research on your phone. And if you're working as a team, 1 phone. If we're doing any kind of research, 1 device. All right. And so I feel like that's a great sacrifice. And then we have a phone time. Now, I don't know about you guys. I've had an issue with students wanting to get content. Yes, okay. There can be a content time, but I've had to say this is learning time. Once you've learned and mastered, then you can go to content time. And content time is only like 10 minutes. I'm letting them get their fix, okay? And content time, and some people may say, you're so wrong for that. You got to tag and share DCI Academy. You got to tell the people where to come. You got to tell them where you enjoy learning. So it's almost like a marketing tool as well. But this person, keep them busy. And these individuals, I put them in charge of the treatment room. Your job when you come in is to set it up. Your job, you're in charge of whoever has sanitation over here. This is your thing. And so this person is moving around, they're using their hands, they know where everything is, and their job is they can take a picture or two, or we have a wall. You can take pictures on the green wall. So this satisfies that person who has to touch, has to have something in their hands, have to have something to do. They may not necessarily be the book person. And so this is something that we should also identify. And we have educators that are like this as well. So if you know you learn this way, possibility, it may be a student in the classroom as well that learns the same way. So relatable. Your visual, prefer using pictures, images, and I like window painting, okay, where you can draw and leave pictures and it gives the statements, all right? A lot of times we can take our learning up a notch. So off the word, take it off the pages of the book and give the students a visual, give the learnings a visual. And so a lot of times in beauty, it's going to include demo. And you may say, oh, it's electricity. How am I going to do a demo? There's a demo. Okay. We could bring somebody in. We could go and then we could have experiments. We could talk about, since silk press is like the thing, a friend of mine has this new theory, education about silk pressing, which is like taking natural textured hair and making it straight by ways of blow drying and flat ironing, things of that nature. May use a few products as well. But his theory is hair holds memory, and it absolutely does hold memory, but the challenge has been good or bad. And I told him, I said, as an educator, I want to help you build. When you go and teach this, there's going to be somebody that may challenge you. I need you to really evaluate this theory of yours and then pull the evidence that the hair holds memory. Okay. And so are you saying it over processing that it holds memory? You know, so we're going there. But the visual person needs pictures, need videos, needs streaming. And when a friend of mine also just launched her silk press training, one of my church babies, a silk press training video. And so what's happening in 2024 and up, they're not going into the books. Like their book is just a foundation, but you got to give them something off of the book. So they're going to come out of that book. And so for us, we have YouTube. We also have our Facebook group that's private, but we drop videos, how-tos, state board preps, our instructor training, we do the same thing. And so we're just kind of trying to tap into this way that this group is learning to get it to them as much as possible. So even in class, you may see projects where we use pictures, breakdown of haircuts. What do we do in aesthetics? With the aesthetic students, we do something called case studies, and that's really me being a nerd that they allowed me to push on them. So we do case studies, and the goal is none of my students should leave without knowing what is going on with the skin. If you're saying you're an esthetician, I hope you're not getting this esthetician license just to be a lash tech. Nothing wrong with it. I hope you're not getting this esthetician license just to wax, because sometimes they do, and a lot of them do. But I want you to leave and say that you know something in addition to what you love to do. And skincare, when I travel all over the country, if Memphis, Tennessee, or Knoxville, Chattanooga, if Tennessee students are to participate, if you're going to elevate and you're going to grow, you have to think about your students going to different places. They may not always be in Tennessee. Well, if my students go to Vegas to work, we got to give them more than what's in the book. They're not going to make it. If I send them, if they say I'm going to New York, oh, I'm going following my dream, they're not going to make it. And so I have to give them more than what's in the book just to make sure that they're getting it. Okay. And so a lot of times it's visual, a lot more demo, a lot more understanding and breakdown. I want them to get past an entry level job. Okay. And I need them to do that past 5 years. All right. That's how I'm gonna rate my success and what I'm producing. And so we have case studies and we ask people to come in and I ask them to take pictures of their aunts and cousins and get all nosy. Why does Aunt Sherry has a piece of hair coming out her chin? And we talk about that, look at pictures and we say why, and we do research. Y'all, they make me such a proud educator because if they don't know anything, they're going to know this theory component behind what they're doing. And so we use a lot of pictures and we're looking into investing into like a scope, and it's a very inexpensive one that's going to help with their skin analysis and scalp analysis. So that type of stuff, and I think the scope may be $40, but $40 investment that's going to always be with the school, but it's going to mean the world to the student. They get to see something different. They get to see something deeper than what they see every day. The musical, okay, auditory, the rhythmic learner. You prefer using sound and music. If you're an educator, hey, you may be this person. Or you may say, I have a child that keeps their earpods in, headphones on all day. They can't possibly be studying. They are. And really, because there's rhythm and sound, they're really taking in that information. All right. And so in the classroom, just soft tempo. This is where the playlist comes in. When the student hears that song, that's your song. Everybody know that's her song. Okay. Girl, You Got It by King George. I'm never gonna forget that that's LaKenya's song. That's her song. I may even see her in a grocery store and I'm gonna sing that song. I know that's her song. So when that song come on, everybody said, that's your song's on. Are they still working? They are. Okay. But they're feeling good. They're feeling good. And I want my students to feel good. And can we just make beauty fun again? So they feel good. They're having fun. Miss Cosplay, they song today. Everything is up, So yeah, I incorporate sound and music. They pull up on a lot with the music on. Why wouldn't you add music? But this how my students learn. Even if I'm not a music person, I'm gonna add a sound, a beat, a chat, or something, because it's not about me. It is gonna be about the student. Interpersonal. Now we're gonna get to interpersonal and intrapersonal. Interpersonal. Students who prefer to learn in groups or with others. Yes, I encourage groups. I encourage collaborations. It's good. All right. But I do encourage them breaking up from people they know all the time. So you got to figure out a way to get them to move around. Okay. So I do encourage interpersonal. And this may be someone's learning style. They may be afraid to tackle it by themselves, but I give them the option on certain projects to work together as a team. And you may see students thrive in interpersonal relationships. And you see them start to be in little packs and groups. And, as educators with experience, you start to break that up by changing the groups periodically. Interpersonal, TRA, refer to working along and use self-study. I won't force a student to be in a group. Okay, I would not force a student to be in a group because this may be a second or third career. And they'll say, I don't have time to be in, I tell me what I got to do and let's do it. So you have those students that don't prefer to be in a group. They're amazing at self-study. They've done this life thing for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, some of them. And this is their first time they're doing something for themselves. I'm not going to force them to be in a group with 16, 18, and 24-year-olds. Nothing against that. But I'm also going to just respect their space. And so if you can produce for me what I need you to produce, we can do that as an interpersonal. So I'm going to respect your space. And this student learns better by themselves. Just give them that information. Then you have a naturalist. This person, let me see, every now and again it's good to be outside. All right, so take the class for a walk. There's certain subjects, you can teach outside. You can kind of just bring it on home. Take the class for a walk, do a review outside, have your lunch outside. I took the students outside with massage, with the mannequins on the tripods, and we did the massages. I just needed some sunlight, okay? I needed to light my day, and I said, they're going to be with me today. Everybody's day going to get light. So we did that outside, and it really, you could breathe. You're outside the four walls of the classroom. We were right there behind the school. We were good, but you have those students, and one student said, I love this. Can we do this again one day? Okay. And you have those students that take their shoes off, people that said, oh, I'm grounding. Oh, I just like being outside. That really works for them. All right. So opening up a window, seeing fresh, natural light come in becomes really, really amazing. And it does wonders for their learning styles. Okay. All right. All right. So let's look at the chat. Who is what? Who is what? Yeah, okay. You're hands-on. Natasha says she's bodily, gotta be moving. Curl says, yes, she's visual. Oh, yeah, pipe cleaners. Look, Dunn has a great tip. Thank you, Dunn. Pipe cleaners. Yes. They'll build some amazing things with pipe cleaners. Yes. iPhone says, I used to be verbal, but since losing my hearing, I am more visual, body kinesthetic. Amazing. Amazing. And Olga, yeah, our clocks, kid toy for that, but it was great. Yes. Okay, you like working alone? Yes, yes. Ooh, Miss Williams. Get it done. Yes, it. Look, you come there for a reason. You come for a reason. You came with the plan to keep it moving. Always moving. Yes. Shirley says hands on. Hey, Shirley. Okay. Premier Cosmetology Academy said we're all hands on. Yes. Brent. Okay. So, guys, this is what we think when we go back into our classrooms, our groups, our teams, whatever we are. Can you imagine that? You have that in your classroom as well. And so you know how you want to learn it, y'all. I'm not going to put my friend on the spot. She's not on here, but y'all will call her. Man, I used to love to go to the Tennessee State CEs, Tennessee TSU, and I will be on the front row. No shade. Be on the front row because I'm that nerdy student. I'm that person. I'm excited to be here, what I'm gonna learn, what I'm taking back. And when I tell you, before break, I was asleep on the front row. I was so embarrassed. I was like, oh, teacher, I'm so sorry. I was asleep. What does that tell you? The educator lost me. They didn't find out. I think we were like 2 hours in. They didn't find out who I was in the audience, and they lost me. And I never wanted to do that. And I'm still apologizing every time I see that educator at a lady training. I'm always apologizing. Hey, I'm the lady in Nashville that fell asleep on the front row. And I say, my friend fell asleep too. So I am not a good student. Remember, I told you guys that. But when you can catch my attention, when you can tap into the way I learn, oh, I'm in. When you can tap into the way I learn, I'm in. You got me forever as a student. Paid, investing, period. Okay. Let's unmute I need a famous quote and a takeaway. Can someone give me their favorite quote? And I need two people to give me a takeaway of what we just learned, what we just reviewed. Two people to give me a takeaway of what we just reviewed. You can unmute.
Takeaway that I got from uh, about the different types of learners, we have to really truly be mindful of that. Because to the students, I teach at a boys detention center, and trust and believe their attention span is a totally different probably from the average student. So you have to be in tune with that there are some kinesthetic learners, there are some hands-on, there are some listeners. Their attention span, I heard you say earlier, Destiny, 15 minutes. They don't have that, most of them. So I have to keep changing, something. I do the playlist. I let them pick the songs, and they, as long as the music kind of go on, they'll, continue to work. But I have to, like the old game, switch. Every few minutes I got to switch. That keeps them going, but they're only with me about 45 minutes to 50 minutes. So that's even better. But that's what I've gotten away from just even reading some of the chats. We are all different types of learners, and we have to keep in mind that everybody's not like us, the teacher, the educator. So I had to definitely go way outside of my box to be able to communicate with these young men because, the age gap definitely, nationalities, sometimes an issue as well. Sometimes language barrier is sometimes an issue as well. But all those things, just listening and reading the comments, they all make up the melting pot of this great business. So that's my takeaway.
And that was amazing. Thank you. Thank you. You've added value. I appreciate you. Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Hey, good morning.
So I have a quote, and this is my favorite quote. I quote it all the time by Theodore Roosevelt. No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. And it goes both ways, from an educator to a student, or from a stylist to their consumer. So that's one of my favorite quotes.
Awesome. Awesome. We love it. Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah.
Put it in the chat. And y'all look, that chat is going to become like gold. That chat is going to be like gold. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Before you leave, give us a takeaway and we're going to go on to the next.
Give us a takeaway for me is I'm not really much of a digital person myself, but I think you made a really good point with the newer generation. Almost everything they do is digital. And I think because I'm not really a digital person, that hadn't really occurred to me, especially since I've been out of the classroom for so long. So that was a really good takeaway for me and a good reminder.
Yeah, good reminder. You got to get in. You got to figure it out. In some kind of ways, you got to tackle it, And for me, I'm trying to learn just another component of social media. Guess what I had to do? I had to ask. And the first person I asked is my niece that spent my money at Target. You're gonna repay me some kind of way. and she broke it down. I was like, great class. I see you next week for the next one. And sometimes I do ask my students as well. I want them to feel like they can teach me something as well. And that's something they have mastered. And if I have to find anything technology wise, guess who already know where it is? They do. And so I love that. And a lot of times, the things that, sometimes because we don't deal with it right now, we say, oh, I don't have to. But I've learned to always been a place of preparation. Just be in a place of preparation, get ready to go. All right. Thank you guys for your support, adding value. I appreciate you. We had those takeaways, also had that great quote. You should see it in the chat. Let's see what we're working with now. Mm. What's the favorite football team? Somebody mentioned Titans, but I think Mr. Brazel's on here. Is Mr. Brazel?
Yes, I am.
Do I remember? Are you still a Chiefs fan?
It was the Redskins, now the Commanders.
Oh, okay.
Washington Redskins, now the
The
Washington Commanders.
I remember you were a big football fan.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. So how's your team going?
I'm a Washington Cup with me right now. They were doing pretty good. They're about 7-4 until Thursday night when the Eagles beat them. So that which is a conference game, but we should be good for the rest of the season. At least make the playoffs. Got a new rookie quarterback, Jaden Daniels, which is one of the best that Washington has had so far. But they got to keep him healthy. Don't want him to get injured and messed up like they did RG3. But Jalen Daniels is pretty good, and he's carrying the team so far. We are 7-4, which is not bad. Second place in the NFC East. NFC East.
Can y'all put a 1 in the chat if you think Mr. Brazel know his stuff? If he know his stuff, he know his team, he knows his stuff. And I'm about to make a point. He said, keep the quarterback healthy. Mr. Brazel, can you tell me just from a natural standpoint and then take it over into the classroom at the educator is the quarterback? How important, what is that role of a quarterback in that classroom?
Most definitely, the role of quarterback is leadership. A lot of people, it doesn't matter how long the quarterback is playing, because this guy is a rookie, and they are all dependent on him, even in his first year as a rookie.
That's great.
He has the gifts, he has the talents of a long-time quarterback, and what he brings to the team. So you got some players been there 3, 4, 5, 10 years, but they all gravitate toward him because of his leadership. Leadership is important. And I was looking at something that you said about the peer. You were saying something about a peer learner, a peer teacher, something like that. And
it's your support. They help you.
The peer training, right? So this guy, the quarterback, Jaden Daniels, like this is his first year, but the other guys been there for a while, but they still all gravitate together. But the thing about it, when the reporters after the game come and interview him, he always give all the credit to the team players. He give the credit to the team players, saying it's always a team effort. Carrying that over to the classroom, I like the point where you said a peer trainer, then the different learning styles where people gravitate toward the different. But as the leader, the quarterback have to know his players. You have to know the receiver, have to know the running back, have to know the guards and everything else. As an instructor, you have to know, like you've been teaching all morning, you have to know your learners. You have to adapt to that, to their learning style. One of my favorite quotes, I didn't put it in there, Denzel Washington, somebody interviewed Denzel Washington, I think it might have been Jamie Foxx, did an interview with Denzel Washington. He asked the question, what was your best movie? And what Denzel said was, my next one. So I
love it.
I use that in my classroom. Make your next one your best one. Whatever it is, make your next one your best one.
Wow. Can we just say that's the quote of the day? Can we make your next one your best one? You want to touch my soul. Oh my goodness. Make your next one your best one. Amazing. Everybody in the chat say you know your stuff. Thank you for sharing that and bringing that home for us. We appreciate you. Yes, make your next one your best. That's how you close it out. And then you have the students saying they're not, it's almost like they'll say, oh, I did that. I'm the bum. I did that. Okay. there's another one. There's another plateau to move over to. So that's amazing. I just throw the Cowboys in because I just think y'all just do the Cowboys so wrong. Okay. And my mom, aunts, I don't know what my mom, I don't know how she became a Cowboy fan. She just picked somebody. But they be getting talked to so bad. I just feel like I have to jump in and help with my family. They don't know how to get them back. So I'm just a Cowboy fighter. I'm just fight for the Cowboys. I don't know what team I'm on, but I'm a Cowboys fighter because y'all do them so wrong. Okay. But yeah, anyone else want to share their favorite football team? Anyone else want to share their favorite football team? Where's Brent? Christopher? Are you guys sports fans?
Yes, ma'am. Titans fans.
Oh, you're Titans. Okay.
Yeah. It's a
You been a
rebuild
Titans
year,
fan for a
though. Since moving to Tennessee.
Okay.
So 4 years now. They're in a rebuild, and as Mr. Bressel said, the quarterback leadership position has a lot to do with it. They got a young quarterback and rebuild season. They've lost some veteran people, but again, it's all a team effort.
It's all a team effort. Could you all say that a quarterback, and I love that, Mr. Braza, what you stated, it doesn't matter how many years they've been doing it, because you can sometimes our schools, we need fresh. And so I love to be around young educators, young people, young stylists because they keep it fresh. The church I work with 17 to 25, they gonna keep it fresh and it keeps it moving. Would you guys say that the quarterback of the school has a great responsibility also of just turning the morale around? Could we say that? The turnaround factor for some schools? What do you guys think? We're putting a lot on the quarterback, but I think, and you guys sound excited about your quarterbacks of your team, the quarterbacks really can change the moods, bring it back around, new beginnings. I would definitely say so. You can light up the chat. Let me know what you think as I get ready to move over to the next one. Let's see what we got. All right. So here's the word wall. You can screenshot. This is just a few quotes. Pulled it from just our word wall. Time is money. Okay, that is a controversial quote in my classroom. Time is money. I do say time is money because the last thing I can remember, and when I left the school on Wednesday night, is telling, and Wednesday night they do clients. I said, it is entirely too long for you to let this client sit. And of course, it's a Gen Z student, and she was there early and did not come in and prepare right. And then when she was supposed to, get everything together, it was additional 30 minutes. And I said, if you're booking this was on a book, you just lost money. So we try to relate. I've learned a lot of times with my Gen Z, I don't know about anybody else, they want to know how to make the money. And I relate a lot of challenges they have to a loss of money. And that really sometimes straightens them up because I don't want to lose any money. I want to make all of it. Okay. And so time is money. But I also talk to them about time to where that person can't get that 45 minutes back. You will never get that 45 minutes back. And you'll probably never get that person as a client again because you wasted the most precious thing that they have. And so a lot of times we'll have those discussions at the word wall at the end of the night after sanitation. And so we'll have those discussions. We'll have takeaways if we walk out. We'll have what could we do better tonight? And I will fuss. I will that sanitation and wasting people time. You can guarantee I'm gonna smile and we're gonna get through it. But as a family, when we come together, I'm gonna tell you about it. Okay. Life is a succession of lessons which must be lived to be understood. That's a quote that we have. Okay. Life, yes, be life, but get the lesson out of it and keep moving. Don't quit. Then the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. I'm not sure which student put that on the board, but stop saying, and this is for my student as well, they're going to start and just start. Okay. Just start. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Steve Jobs is one of my favorite speakers. I read his books. I study his presentations. So anyone, especially my newer people, my people going back into teaching, and your presentations a little dusty, go look at some of the Apple presentations from back in the day. Steve was comfortable. He knew his stuff. He related to people. He had a little sense of humor, and he really allowed me, just studying him, to develop who I was. I didn't want to be Steve, but it helped bring out and say it's okay for you to make a joke. It's okay for you to walk around, not stand in one spot. I'm a walker. I have to be comfortable. But I deal with students who come in who've already had a level of fraudulent success. And I say fraudulent success because they've entered the field of beauty with no license and getting paid for it. And so now they have to come back around and experience this new level of success legitimately. All right. And with that, I do have students who's never done anything and they will try to they see someone else doing something, and that's a conversation I always dead, because no, you're right on time. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. You cannot do what she does because we don't know what it took to do what she does. Okay. And so as an educator, you are the motivator, you're the inspirator as well. And so you're the ones that find those students that's trying to run a mile a minute and say, hey, slow down, book, run your own race. And then the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Of course, I love it. One of my favorites. And these are word walls, inspirations that we have on our wall. And our students will put scriptures, all kind of stuff. I had a student put some Glorilla song lyrics on there. And she said that motivated her. Hey, it's a safe space as long as there's no explicit lyrics. And so she said, she wrote on the wall, let me cook. I said, oh, okay. So now everybody go to the wall, and they always, when they see her, they be like, let her cook. And I was like, that's the classroom full of millennials and Gen Z, millennial teacher and Gen Z classroom. They don't want to hear Steve Jobs, but they want to hear Glorilla. So I'm gonna give them a little bit of that. So we incorporated a word wall, and it's a chalkboard word wall, and it costs maybe $20. And the students don't even know they're their own inspirator. They're their own person. It says, today I will do what others won't, so tomorrow I can accomplish what others can't. Do today. Sometimes there's not a pathway. There's not a blueprint. We're just waiting on you to get it done. All right. Here's the video. We're just waiting on you to get it done. Okay. Let's see. It's slow with my sound. I'm gonna rewind it. Let's see. Here we go.
.46 seconds on the clock. Houston has two. Houston up by 3. Shotgun for Mayfield. End zone. Cade Otton, touchdown. Buccaneers go in front. Tampa Bay leads at 37-33 with 46 seconds on the clock. Houston has 2 timeouts. Houston trailing by 4. C.J. Stroud has 395 yards and 4 touchdowns. Stroud underneath, hits Schultz, first down. On second down, Stroud, downfield. Now they're going to lay on him. We're down to 18 seconds, 17 seconds. Stroud will clock it with 16. Stroud looking, deep ball, hold in, take down. Can they win it? Stroud to the end zone, touchdown, take down. C.J. Stroud leads a magical drive. Houston up by 3, shotgun.
All right. I wanted to play that clip because we are in the fourth quarter. All right. And with us being in the fourth quarter, some of us feel like we've lost. Some of us feel like, man, I've lost this quarter. You know, we got the holidays coming up and the year's going to be over. But y'all, how many of you guys believe that in the fourth quarter, you can make a whole comeback? Like literally, you'll think you don't have a chance, but in the fourth quarter, when individuals are like, they can't come back, you can come back. All right, you can absolutely come back, and it's still time. We ain't going nowhere until we hit this win. And so every lesson from going forward, if we're going into the classroom, just studies show we should have at least 4 learning styles in every lesson. I know it feels like a whole lot to teach, but y'all, you're doing it anyway. You're doing it anyway. We need to make sure they see something hands-on. We need to make sure they're touching something. You need to make sure there's an audio, there's a rhythm, that when you're speaking, you're actually saying something. You're teaching. And we got to make sure we got that lesson plan, those notes, those reading assignments. I don't know how you guys feel about reading to students. It's not a goal for me, just because I know I will fall asleep if I was a student. So I do give reading assignments to them off campus, and I give them the meat and potatoes while we are at the school, and I'm always available for breakdown after each lesson. I also use smells of foods, and for my person that's kinesthetic. And the reason I use smells, I always make sure it smells good. So I may have a candle or air freshener or something, something delightful. And when it comes to foods, if there's a lesson that a project could come out of that incorporates eating something, oh, my Gen Z gonna cook it. They're gonna figure it out. They want to build it. They want to make it. And so I'm okay with that. I am definitely okay with that. So they also bring in snacks. I remember I worked at one place where the early morning attendance was low, and they were tardy throughout the whole school. And they brought in breakfast, and the line was down the hallway. Guess who was on time? All of the students. Food drew them in. And so I decided, how do I get them to come to school every day and be there on time for the most important part of the lesson? And it is making sure that they got snacks or breakfast or something in hand. They don't have to pay for it, but it is something that they look forward to, because a human side of me have realized some of my students act how they act because they hadn't ate anything. And so instead of saying anything or putting anybody on the spot or sidebar, just provide it. And guess what? No one has to pay anyone. and no one can tell anyone what's too much. So I've had instances, I don't know about you guys, I keep a snack in the drawer, and I've had instances where they will say, I really can't focus because I hadn't ate. And I know my night crew's coming in, they don't have time they get docked if they're past the grace period. And so they don't have time to stop. So I will have a moment, a few chips, water, um, and then just different things. But that's just our thing, and that falls into the kinesthetic as well, that there's a snack available. And I know it sounds elementary, but our adults, they be want a snack too. They want a snack too. They want to be to have something that catches their eye as well. So whether it's a smell that calms them down, and we've had a couple of students on the autism rainbow, and you would not believe that smells, something pleasant, literally calms them down. Um, Not having the light so bright all the time will calm them down, and having some starting the class off with some relaxing music and then gradually going up to something more tempo really is manageable, for my educators. Okay, so that's something I just want to leave with you guys. Incorporating at least 4 types of learning styles every class. You're already doing it. Now you just need to identify what those are and who needs it. Will your learning styles change? Yes. If you have new students come in, you'll take away as they come in and as they graduate. Okay. Let's look at our next screen. We're coming up. All right, we got about a couple of minutes before lunch. And so as we get ready to look at our next set of objectives, we're going to consider the 4 important steps in learning in each key lesson. We're going to determine the student's learning style and teach to them. And then we're going to incorporate a variety of delivery methods to every class session. Those were our objectives for our last review, and we're getting ready to move forward. It's been an amazing first and second quarter. I want to close this out with the time buddy, and y'all, I teach up until the last moment as well. The time buddy is something that you can use. It's a great activity. I'll talk about it more when we come back, but make sure you guys set your clocks. 12 to 1 is going to be your lunch. When you hear the music, we back in session, okay? We're going to come back in with the roll call, and we're going to talk about our clock, the time buddy. It is a great activity to use. I give every student a time on the time clock. All right. And so let's talk about how we can use it in the classroom. It's really great if you are team, you have interpersonal students who like working in teams, or you have team assignments. And sometimes if you're just trying to get the students to press the subject a little more, come up with more questions, you're trying to press something in the fireside chats, I use it for that. But let's talk about it. All right. So until we meet again, it's 11:59. I don't want to go forward. I don't want to just get into anything else for a few seconds. Y'all, it's lunchtime. It's halftime. Celebrate. I will see you guys at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right, Central Standard Time. Let's get that together. 1 p.m. And we're going to add some more songs to the playlist. And until next time, guys, enjoy your break. I'm going to stop share. I'm still going to be on. Just going to stop share, close my window, and close my sound. If you need anything or you're coming back in late, please don't hesitate to text me and let me know. All right. Enjoy your lunch, guys.
Mhm.
It's at the church. It's called Another Christmas Temptation. And you know the lady that Tyler Perry be having in some of his shows, the older lady.
y'all. It's the roll call. When you're doing
The car dealers telling us, baby, you hold on to your old cars because they hard to get, and ain't nobody letting their cars go. So if you sell it, you're gonna be out. Trying to get you another car, you can get a new one, but it ain't gonna be built like your old car.
Welcome back, guys. We still have some people chiming in. Let's go ahead. It's the roll call. Let's put our name and license number in the chat. Let's light the chat up. right, preparing the screen. All right, we're back and ready to roll. All right, I hope y'all had a great halftime. Got some lunch, got a little something in you. Sometimes I think it's not enough time, but welcome back, everybody. I pray all is well, that you enjoyed your halftime. And now it's time to just keep it moving. Let's go over until our next slide. It's the roll call. You're just coming in. You know what the roll call is. Put your name, chat as you guys come in. You'll do the same continuously for today and tomorrow. All right. So the time buddy, as I was getting into, it's just a little activity. It's a way for us to kind of build those teams and put those students together that wouldn't usually communicate, or they don't usually hang out together. And sometimes for me, I don't like laughter in my laughter or playing. I would say playing in my treatment room. Okay. So I feel like that's a place where we have to be serious. And so I will switch up partners so the students don't get very familiar, and especially if they're a younger age. Sometimes I would put a younger, a Gen Z with a millennial, or mix and match, just so there's a difference, and we don't have the same thing going on. They're not partnering to do the same thing. So sometimes it can get a little chatty. So I like to perform the buddy. So what I would do, I would have the students pick an hour, and based on if someone has 1 o'clock and someone has 4:30, those two students would get together, whichever hand that you have, and those two students will become partners for the next project or the next assignment. Sometimes it is project research that I may do the time buddy, but it really just breaks up the familiarity of students being very familiar with each other. Just kind of switches it up a notch. And I may do that at any time. And I ask my instructors to do that as well. All right, guys. So we're getting into who are we teaching? Still understanding who our audience is. Well, this segment is going to be focused a little bit on Gen Z, because the numbers, and when I'm out consulting and researching, I'm seeing the numbers. And I said, okay, let's prepare for this. So the least I can do is share with my tribe what's here, what's coming, and what to prepare for in the classrooms or in the schools. All right. Okay, so here's of course I'm a mathematical logical learner. So for those individuals like me, here's some stats. Okay, as far as the U.S. population by generation. All right, so the greatest generation is 1%. They would be the oldest ones. And 8.3% of the United States is the silent generation. They were born between 1928 to 1945. Pretty much they went with the flow. All right. Then we have the baby boomers. And I want you to really look at these numbers and percentages. The baby boomers are 22.9%, which means sometimes we have a mix of just a mix of different generations in our class. And you would think baby boomers would be retired, whatever. They are retired from one career and they're moving over into another one. So baby boomers, 1946 to 1964, 22.9% of the United States, baby boomers. 19% Generation X, 1965 to 1979, millennials, 1920 to 1995, 22.1% millennials. Guess who rules when it comes to population in the United States? Generation Z, 24.3%, 1996 to 2014. All right. And so this is real talk what we have to look at when we look at our landscape in our classrooms. I do a training for admission teams, and half of the training is designed to what market we are, what generation we're marketing to, or what does that market material look like, and how does that team communicate with the educators and the other team members? What does that look like when it comes to generation? So if we know Generation Z is 24.3% U.S. population and growing, majority of our classrooms to be estimated are going to be consumed of Generation Z. Okay, even though we have minimum, we will have contribution from millennials, Generation X, and baby boomers. You may have a classroom. If I look at it, if you look at it how I look at it, if someone born in 2014, how old does that make them? 10. So you may have a classroom. The youngest one in Tennessee could be 16. From 16 to maybe 60. Okay, those people. Those two people can exist in your classroom at one time. So the reality check is I got to make sure my 16-year-old get it and my 60-year-old. So I need to learn, I really need to have a sidebar and learn their learning styles. I need to look at them a little bit more. I need to look at the lesson and which ones do I need to spend a little extra attention to? How can I transfer this information to them? Because it has to transfer into learning. And so majority of our classrooms, Gen Z, majority of the population in the United States, Gen Z. And since we hear a lot about Generation Z, we have to start looking at, oh, these are the individuals that's pretty much going to carry everything on. So we got to start looking at their footprint. And also, as we continue to move, these are also the individuals that makes the most amount of money. They make the most money, okay? And they're making the money younger. They're not waiting to when I grow up. So let's look here. Is this true? Is this true? You guys may be on this Zoom. Is this true? Vets, are you old-fashioned, rigid, autocratic, change averse? Are the boomers, are you self-centered, unrealistic, political, power-driven? Are you a workaholic? Is it true? Gen X, are you a slacker? Are you selfish? Are you impatient, cynical? Or Gen Y, are you short attention span? Are you spoiled? Are you disrespectful? Are you technology dependent? Okay, is this true? And Gen Y would be that little window before Z. Is this true? Sometimes we have to ask ourselves, are we what the statistics say? I have always been one to always challenge statistics. I'm not going to let a statistic tell me who I am or what I am. But I'm asking, could this be personal characteristics that we hold? Are the boomers self-centered? Are they power driven? You know, they were our grandmoms and grandmas. They may be a little. Gen X, I would fall in that category. I wouldn't consider slacker or selfish, impatient in the beginning, but now I'm learning a lot of patience in the last 10 years. Um, all of it would not be true for me or for friends that I have in different categories. We have to sometimes find ourselves. Now, since we're focusing, we just got this little segment on Gen Z. Let's look at their footprint. Let's look at some characteristics of Gen Z and see, do you see them in your children or in your classroom? And we're going to learn how to build Gen Z up, make them a part of the classroom so this room will soar, since they are majority of what's going to be in our room. 67% of Gen Z prefer seeing real people in ads. They want to see real people, okay? This is another reason why we have human droids. They're saying that's going to come about. But another reason why you see AI so effective, because they're cultivating marketing to what Gen Z want to see. And so if you can't see real people, you can see human-like people. When Gen Z grows up, they'll make up to 40% of the US consumers. All right. So which means they are the ones that they're going to have majority of the purchasing power. And if you got purchasing power, you got wealth, you got money, you got riches. Okay. 50% of children are expected to be a part of a minority ethnic group by 2020. So in our classrooms, we have to learn about diversity. There's so much talk about texture education. The states legalizing that schools have to, in some states, you have to now teach some type of texture education. And then there's the Crown Act. So texture education, I see the last 4 years have come to the forefront of cosmetology with the core subjects such as cutting and coloring. Texture education is kind of shaking up a little bit. And it's a conversational whether that education is surface level or is it really deep enough to involve legislature. So 50% of children will be expected to be a part of a minority group. Definitely, since this tells me that we're going to have more interracial, more diverse, more culture basis in the classroom, yes, it would benefit me to bring in more education about different hair types and cultures, simply because you want those students and individuals to eventually feel comfortable and feel like they're part of the team. And so different holidays, different months, we do celebrate, even if we have one different ethnic group. But we've taught so many different people with so many different backgrounds, and it is a safe place for them to share some of their customs. So we're not ignorant as a class. And so we never want to disrespect anybody. So we open the floor. This is my for what we do, and ask someone that is from a different culture, please let us know if there's anything particular we should be saying or doing, or we don't want to feel disrespectful, but we will start to research into your culture or something that you believe, just to make sure, you feel a part of the team. And that's something has been barriers in the past, has not been acknowledged, but now you have to acknowledge it because it's right here for us. You look at 8 seconds, it's Gen Z's attention span. 8 seconds. So that means, educators, that we're going in We can't slow put around what the topic is, what the lesson is. We got to keep them going. 8 seconds and on to the next. 51% of this population uses ad blocking software. This is how I know it's true. If you ever had a toddler and you let them see your phone, my niece, I let her see my phone. And I was like, man, I ain't got any calls. I'm expecting a call. The whole time she was blocking the call. And how are you, one, knowing what's interrupting your cartoon and she's blocking the call? So I was like, this is evident. I'm living it. Okay. 50% of them use ad blocking software. They want to get straight down to it. No buffers, no bluffing, no nothing. They want to get to it. And many times this has been said, yes, they may have wanted microwave education. They want to rise to the top. But a lot of times this is a great opportunity to insert your expertise and talk about how microwave foods don't really last. It takes the goodness out of it. Takes the yumminess. It may be warm, it may be good for you for a second, but it does not last over a period of time. Is you're at a high moment and then it just crashes. This, I don't know a fast food that you can put in the microwave that's good 2-3 hours later. I don't get it. And so we, as a generation and as a classroom, we have these conversations because it's an opportunity and an open door to say, Gen Z, slow down, pay attention. Do you really have to get over there that fast? Like, who are you in competition with? So we have those conversations. But it also has taught me to get to my points. I only have a small window to get my information out. A mere 9% of teens prefer Facebook over other social media platforms. So probably tomorrow when we go over digital classroom, I am going to take you on a tour of our private Facebook group, and it's private. And many schools or individuals may not be prone to social media, but this is what I teach and coach. If the educator, first of all, we need a professional place for them to go. And so every school, business, marketing, whatever needs a social media platform, whether that's ran by the directors or a trusted individual or even a company. You need to have a place where everybody can convene. And social media is super popular right now and is evolving and it's not going down. You have to look at a place where your customers are. And so if we don't have
you're gonna see if you want
let's
right. That's why she's trying to do it. She's like, I'm prepared.
If we don't have students, remember, as you come on to mute, if we don't have students, we don't have schools and we don't have jobs. Okay. So we got to make sure, even though we teach, we are part of the team that goes out and presents the marketing. You're all a part of that team. And so wherever your customer is, you have to go and live in that space. You have to be seen in that space. And so, hey, that's where we are in 2024, 2025 is social media having a major presence where 20 years ago it was not a fact. Okay. And so we look at 9% of them prefer Facebook. Well, if most of the staff is millennial to baby boomers and we don't do any social media, you have to think that there's a connection, a disconnection of our audience, which is our learners, from reality. Like we don't even know what's going on because we're not connected technology wise to our students. And so not saying that it has to be a friendship, but it needs to be a place, a page where they can convene, they can see updates, where you can drop celebrations. For me, it's so much stuff out there that my students could learn. I'd rather them learn it from me. So I keep community, but it's also a marketing status as well. when students arrive to the school or in the program, or they're transferring from somewhere, they go in the group. Once they graduate, they come out of the group. They beg to create an alumni group. So what's happening? You have graduates who you've built something where graduates now don't even want to leave. They want to be connected. And so now there's another group, but you're connected to your customer, to your audience, to your market base. I come from a corporate, even though the school is private school, I come from a corporate background, and retention and SAP was major concerns. Getting the students to return, getting them to come to school, and then making sure going through SAP qualifications for those individuals who understand what I'm saying. Just put a 1 in the group, which means they can go through your program, they can complete the program, but it really don't matter at all until they license and they're working. Okay, they're licensed and they're working. And so my thing, even though I'm private, I still operate like a corporate mindset. I need to keep up with them. So even though I'm not their friend, I need to have a space where I'm constantly sharing information, business tips, state board prep. I know where they are. So if I ever need to contact them, I know where they work. I ask them to share their pictures, share your TikToks, share where you work. And that's information I can pull in, because I remember it was so hard to reconnect to the student once they left. And so I tried to find an easy route for me to stay connected to them. And I know this person has social media. And also, I'm a little nosy. I know who their mom is. I know I've taught some of their moms. And so I just kind of stay connected. If I ever need information for a SAT report, a lot of times, whether it's where is this student working, is this student licensed, I have an immediate place to go and get that information instead of hunting all around. And it builds community. That's a personal gift that I have, of building community. And I like to stick around with them. Okay. And if you're going to talk business or marketing, and if your school has one program and then advanced programs, it's a great tool to have. And Gen Zs, guess what? They're already in that space. You just need to show up. And if you start adding technology or dropping your assignments or bonuses or anything in a social space where they all meet up, you're going to see more reaction. You're going to see more activity. And they're always going to say, my students say it all the time, I'm always checking the group. They say they're always checking the group, and they check the group 24/7, because I tell them, you never know what I'm going to post in the file section. And then I'm gonna move on of Facebook. You have a Facebook group in the file section. I want you guys to take note of that tomorrow. Every study session, other than the recorded YouTubes, because we just started that, state board preps, study guides, all of that is in the file session. So I have become a no excuse. There's no excuse. If you've been on Facebook, you can easily go over to the group and pull down your study guide. There's no excuse. You should not be prepared for the test. So I'm just trying to eliminate the excuses, because from my experience with over 80% of my student body, Gen Z, it's a lot of excuses. And so that's how I deal with it. You have access. Oh, we're connected. Go get the information. Okay. Everything has been provided for you. You just go get it. And we haven't had any problems at all. They love the 24/7 access. And even though it says 9% of them prefer Facebook, only 9% of the majority of the ones that are going to consume the US prefer Facebook. That means, where's the rest of your students? Where's the rest of your learners getting information from? So you have to identify those different platforms in those schools and classrooms. You have to figure out how to build community so there's a connection there. All right. I don't advise one instructor personally contacting them via social media. It's definitely a no for me. It's a team thing. So all contact should be through school pages. And if we can allot for us, if we have budget for a social media team, that would be awesome. But if not, I'm sure you have a staff member or a junior staff member um, who is good in social media that can facilitate those social media platforms. But and if you don't, give me a call. It's easy, it's easy, it's easy. So you have to go where they are. When I go to high schools, I I asked them to share or follow me on Snapchat. I just share pictures. I don't want any personal communication with them. They're not the ones paying the bill. I don't want any communication with them, no DMs, no nothing. They just need to see pictures of the school, and they're excited to see pictures of people doing stuff. Um, so the teens, they're very Snapchat. And I'm just getting to a point where I'm receiving TikToks and things like that. But our students live on a Facebook and an IG world. So most of the time, Facebook is the place where everybody meets up. And it is the place where everybody talks and get assignments. And we have our study power hour. We just go live within that group for students who cannot attend that night. They say, can y'all go live? And we'll go live and they'll see the class. It's just an additional benefit to not having roadblocks. So I want to minimize those barriers, and I want to understand this group because this is the group that's driving business. This is the group that's going to be your next group of barbers and educators and things of that nature. So you have to continuously learn how they learn and how they spend their money and how they adapt. So before I go any forward, let's I don't go there. Yeah. Before I go any forward anymore, let's hear some commentary. If you have Gen Z in your classroom, what do you think about some of the things we just identified and discovered about Gen Z? What do you think? You can unmute at any time.
Yes, this is Rachel.
Hey, Rachel.
I just wanted to point out the whole 8 seconds with attention span with Gen Z. I think that's honestly like one of the biggest hurdles is trying to create a lesson plan and to structure your class in a way that will capture attention, but then maintain it. So I think that's kind of like my number one battle at this moment is just figuring out how to do that.
Yeah. And you almost need an energy drink, coffee, and and some more things. Yeah. Yeah, I do incorporate if I can share, and I'm not perfect, so I'm as you guys are sharing, I'm learning too because I'm actively in the classroom. Um, I have a co-teacher. She's a cause, I'm aesthetics, but it's almost like and I can't do it by myself. She can't do it by her, so we co-teach. And with both of us co-teaching, I'm like, wow, I've done this 20 something years by myself. And it was a lot, but if I didn't have her picking up and coming behind me, I may be the ruler, and then she'll come in and soften the blow and do a little and smile and do a little supervise, and we'll just alternate. But we generate those lesson plans and way ahead of the time. It can be a little hard, but we try to incorporate speakers. I don't want to say I use my friends, but definitely all of my friends are going to be part of my school. They're going to be part of my classroom because everything we learn, I know someone, or we all should know someone that has a specialty somewhere. So if you have a social media, start looking and find out who are the experts on your timeline and ring them in. Okay. And so sometimes we pull them up on the screen And what we'll go over in a minute, we find that they're money motivated. So everything that we teach, we try to have a business component attached to it so they can understand the concept of, oh, I need to learn this because I could make this amount of money. And Gen Z can really come in smarter, and I'm going to say smarter than an educator if you don't continue to get education, because they have TikTok, they have YouTube, they have many other things, reading far past what they normally would start reading it 10, 20 years ago. So they're coming in already knowing the information. They just need the hours, but they need structure and they need to understand how to put it all together. So I try to, when you see my lesson plan, it's maybe 3 pages now. If it may be 3 pages now, it used to be longer. And am I tired when I leave? I am. When I vacate, I'm going to vacate. When I'm taking time off, it because you have to get refueled if you're gonna give off so much energy, and they will require a lot of energy. And Gen Z has multiple learning intelligence, and so you're not dealing with the way one person learns. So it can be a lot, but it is so rewarding, so fun. It just structure that, and planning is the key. So we need to stay in touch, and maybe I'll send you some ideas that we've done, and see if those will work for you. See if you can implement them as well. But I don't mind sending it over to you. Let's look at another list of Gen Z. Gen Z would be a 2.56 billion population by 2020. That means they're already there. It's 24. They're already there. That's why you see so many of them. 98% of Generation Z members own a smartphone. Did you guys hear me say 98%? How many of you put a one in the chat if you're having phone issues? You're still having, they won't get out of their phone. What can someone share with me? What's a phone policy? What's a phone policy do you guys have? If 98% of the Generation Z, they own a smartphone, 98%.
Hey, this is Sharon from.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. What do you think about this smartphone?
The cell phones go in a shoe holder and they can have it during break and lunch only.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to have strict regulations. I don't take the phones because we haven't had good experiences. It's almost like, it's a safety blanket. Remember the little blankie that kids used to like to have near them? And it was it was something else. And that was before I got my own school. But I was like, whoa, this is almost like a safety. It's almost like what do they call it? The service animals that are comforting. It's almost like one of those. And that was a horrific experience. And so how do we allow them to keep the phone? You regulate it. And because we do a lot of virtual things, sometimes I will give them that phone time and content time, but it's on my time, not their time. Okay, so phones are down. There's no phones allowed in the treatment room, and so we have just particulars about the phone. You can have it. I know it's yours, but this is our school and we're a team. This is a safe space, so no recording of anything of any way unless you have permission. 85% of Gen Z learns about new products via social media. So they're always on social media. They're always buying stuff and always trying stuff. Okay. They're always buying stuff, always trying stuff. This comes in when we talk about retail and aesthetics, skincare. We talk about retail a lot. And I always get students to say, oh, I bought this off of Not even Amazon anymore, TikTok. I bought this off of TikTok, TikTok. And y'all, it's ton of products that they cannot use it. They just bought it because it was trendy. So, this is where a lot of the money is going, and they're learning about new things on social media. And so, since they learn about new products, they also should learn about what's the next chapter. So, this is another reason why we have those communities. And because I know their eyes are scrolling down a timeline, I tell them every day, make sure you go check the group. There's information, there's tips, there's so much stuff in the group, something you need to know. And we put it in the group because that's where their eyes are. 10 hours of screen time, the amount of time nearly half of Gen Z spends on devices each day. Okay. This is half? Oh, wow. 10 hours of screen time. Okay. And so you're trying to give someone an education that on average does 10 hours with their head down. They're going to get TechNet, TechNeck, TechNeck. That's when the neck is down so much looking at the phone or playing the video game that a person has it's sore, it's swollen, and things of that nature. They have tech neck. Okay. And so just down looking at the screens, looking at the phones, and this is who we have in the classroom. And then 71% of this generation watch more than 3 hours of online video daily. So can you imagine? I don't buy DVDs anymore. There's links to everything. So we're going to click the link. We're going to watch a video. I'm going to record and I'm going to post a link for your weekend assignment. We're not going to be in class today, but I've already pre-recorded class for today. So everybody check their emails or go to the group and check the link, complete the assignment. So it's a lot of the things that you see that's coming about in our classrooms are built off of data where we know Gen Z and trying to understand and connect them. And so just learning how they're moving, how they're operating, and then choosing to modify your lessons or the way you do, check and see if you could change a couple of things. But if they're going to be number one consumer, they're making the most money, they're the most populated, how they think is really going to start to rule where you live. And so since you have them now at this point, it's good to put some good stuff in them along the way. And so that's our just Gen Z makeup. And let's see a video. I'll rewind it in a minute. Let's see if it's come up.
Just send one more message. Okay, it is 5:15. Let me just send one more message to the team.
Y'all, this was one of my favorite videos to attach because it just talks about it not talks, but it allows you to see just the different aspects of each generation and how they feel about working. So you have boomers who are saying, hey, I want to get as much done as possible. And then X is coming in saying, okay, just a little bit more. And then here's the downside. We start closing it up and we getting off earlier, then we're just not coming to work at all. And so that's something to really think about. when you have those different generations in the classroom, and you may even have them in your households with that. So that is always good for you to check out. Let's look and see if we have chat available. Okay, so we've had our halftime lunch, but let's do some reflections. Let me get a reflection for any aha, any wow moments from talking about Gen Z, and is there anything that you're saying, hey, I think I can go back. I think I may incorporate something. I can think about something. Maybe this is why they're doing this. Somebody open up and give us some commentary, maybe some reflections about Gen Z, what you see in the classroom, and any solutions you may have learned so far. Let's see what you got.
Destiny, it's Rachel again. Just to talk
Hey,
about
Rachel.
the Gen Z with the cell phones. In the very beginning, when it started to become more of a problem, um, in my classroom, they would be banned, just like a few other people have said, because it was just so overwhelming to be able to deal with it. But I've found that because
Mhm.
they are so glued to their devices, and you had mentioned that use them in a very carefully structured manner. I think that's where the key is. It's
Mhm.
finding a happy medium between allowing them to have a device, but only using it for purposes that will benefit them in learning. Obviously, we're not perfect. I'm sure they're going to sneak a text or whatever, or a social media visit, whatever it is. But I think the more that we can structure our lessons to help them use their phones to learn, I feel like that's going to really reach those students that just can't be separated from their devices.
Yeah, that's it. Put that learning in, connect the two together. You got to connect the two together. I'm all the way with you, from Kahoots to having them do window painting or having them do portfolios, um, where they have to create collages in their phones and just going through different apps, scavenger hunts. Since you're connected to it, you're gonna work. And that's what I associate it with. Just going to the chat, and as I'm going to the chat, thank you, Rachel. I appreciate your contribution.
Yes, of course.
As I'm going to the chat, is there anyone else that wanted to talk about Gen Z in the classroom? You're working right now, or maybe it's a child or something. Um, but I see you, Dunn. Dunn says, I think it can be, but you always have individuals that you can't stereotype. You're absolutely right. I don't think of boomers as being self-centered. Yeah, yeah. I think sometimes people try to put us in category, and even though this is generalized analytics, you still gotta get to know the person. They may be a person way different. Sometimes you may have those individuals that, they're not like that at all, but it's just a general understanding. Absolutely. Premier Cosmetology Academy says too much screen time for Gen Z, lack of communication skill with human clients. You're absolutely right. You know what I had to do? I had to enforce the students. Your client service is not over until you walk them to the door. And none of that waving. Well, we're not doing that. I was not taught like that. No. You're going to go introduce yourself and tell them who you are and what you do. And you're going to come back in. You're going to escort them over to pay, escort them over to talk about retail, and then you're going to escort them to the door. You're going to close the service. And they were just like, oh, well, I, I don't do that with my clients. You're not licensed. You never knew this is how you do it, but this is how it has to be done. And so the mediocrity has been accepted for so long. I'm having to consistently in certain individuals, I truly believe in them, push more excellence. Because they've learned it the wrong way for so long. And yes, Gen Z can only work 6 hours a day until they break down. Chat is moving. The chat is got it going on. It says, Angela says this is so true. Gen Z has no patience or communication skills. You have to almost entertain them through the lesson. So I'm a solutionist. So if we know patience is low, communication skills are poor, how do the quarterback and the coach create something, or it may be a program not even associated with a class, it may be something on the side, it may be a guest speaker, it may be a field trip. How do we incorporate enhancing the patience of that group and enhancing the communication skills of that group? Sometimes it takes a Gen Z educator to really get excuse me, to really get their attention. So even in the hiring practices, I am attracted to younger educators, but I just need you to be teachable. You know, you're going to win in the classroom. I just want you to be teachable, be able to learn, because that person will also attract certain individuals in that group as well, because you're familiar with it. You're just on a higher level than your educator and not necessarily a student. So even in the hiring process, that's attracted to me, even if they didn't have the most amazing resume and they only had one teaching job, that's still attracted to me, that they can connect with the group I need the most connection with. And continued in the chat. Yes, yes, yes. Don says they have a short attention span. I have to constantly change things up to keep them going. Exactly. And here's the thing, to adapt, you have to adapt. You have that adaptability. It sadly is not going to be the consistency we've always known, but there's a new consistency where we look and see who we have in the class today. Who do we have in the class today? And I told my educator, I said, look, we teach a non-traditional cosmetology program. All right. And so what you've seen wherever you've been before, it's not going to work here. All right. And so you have to just get that in your part of your lesson, is that, okay, even though the last 10 weeks I did this with this class, you have to know who that learner is. And we rotating 10 weeks, then it's going to be a new person that we have to cultivate that too. So the high school has banned the phones. I see no phone in the classroom or clinic floor. Some have children in school and want their phones. Yeah. So it's always a continued policy. It's a big thing. I see you guys jumping in. Thank you for commenting in the chat. No phone use in the class unless it's included in the class. No uses on the salon or treatment room. Absolutely correct. There was an educator, of course, no names, but I remember before I got my own school, there was an educator at the school I was working in, and she was friendship with the students, and the student recorded clients in the treatment room and would send pictures and talk about them, and the educator was just on an immature level, and that was a big thing till lawsuits came into play, and it's an absolutely no. So I took that lesson as saying no phones in the treatment area, and try to hold the students to the client is the highest respect, because they're showing you are the closest person they have at this moment. They tell you stuff before they even tell their family. They're showing you their most intimate areas. So no phones, no recording. If I see it, you're suspended. Period. No side boob, no nothing. You know how they want to take pictures and post it. No, unless it's content time and we're through with the service and you and your friend want to stage something, that's fine. But it's going to be when everything is done, and it's an absolutely no within class time. Yeah. And sometimes I do have to make an example with the phones. So I don't have to take the phone, but what hurts is the restriction of them being in their happy place. And so their happy place is our classroom, where they're learning, where they're growing, where there's freedom. And so if someone's breaking the rules, what they're gonna hate is not being allowed to be in the classroom. That's what I figured out and what works for me. So if you don't want to be a part of the happy place and we're learning something new every day, you're gonna follow the rules. And so thank you guys for being in the chat. Sonia says role playing. Yes. And role playing and showing them how they are with their clients. Yeah. Yeah. Showing them how they are as clients. I need to do that. I really need to do that because I've seen some teachers act as students. I've seen a couple of videos, and we're not that big that we could do that. I don't think that point would be as focused, but I think if we take a small group and do some role playing and show the student as the professional, and then as the Gen Z individual or the individual that comes in with all the issues they give you, such as with the phone and being ignored and things of that nature. That's good, Sonia. I'm gonna pick that up, role playing. And then Susan says we have 4 hours to try and teach a chapter each week with all hands-on demos. Oh my goodness, that's very aggressive. It's very fast-paced and still cannot keep their attention. Woo! Yeah, that is. That's a tight schedule. You know what? We can figure it out. I think if we incorporate some additional lessons, virtual lessons, some additional virtual recordings, if it's allowed at the school to have power hour, or even though we have this, but can we squeeze an hour once a week as a review? That's going to help some of the students as well. Also, it helps the educators kind of slow down just a little bit. But who am I? You know, but yeah, Susan, I'm going to take note of that and I'll figure out. Thank you, Jariah. That's something for me to figure out. I love a challenge, I love a challenge. So good job, guys. Thanks for being in the chat. That was a great session. That was a great session. So we had a good third quarter. Let's see what we're working with. What my time check people at? 156. Okay. Y'all, we are moving right along. I'm so blessed to have you guys on today. So blessed. Okay. So when we come back, we're gonna do roll call. I do believe in, and this is another thing. We do have virtual courses, but with our virtual courses, we can't go over like 50 minutes. Just simply because you don't want anybody to be falling asleep on the other side. And I respect that. And we're adults and things of that nature. So we are going to get our break times in every hour 15. And so as of now, we're going to prepare for break. We'll be back at 2:15 at the start of our fourth quarter. And thank you guys for all that you do. I am going to stop share. I am going to stop share. Yes. Thank you, Brent. You guys make it all possible. You guys make it all possible. I appreciate you guys. And when we get back, remember, we're going to win. We went into the end and we all made it almost past. I'm so excited because it's 2 and we're almost out of here. And I'm excited because I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be excited. I got work to do tonight, but I'm excited. Okay. I'll see you guys after this break. And we're back for the fourth quarter of the BELC 2024. Don't forget to share your social media experience and tag me. All right. Y'all have a great one. See you after the break.
and just
Hey, nice talking. Bye.
Play this record as frequently as possible. Then, as it becomes easier for you, play the record once a day or as needed.
Can I just get where my dancers at? Can I just get us to just bust a move? Okay, I'm a chair dancer, y'all. I can't get up on my feet too much. I can't do like I used to do, but I'm a chair dancer. Y'all, we all made it. We're almost done. Whose song is this? That means it's your jam. Somebody had Tony. Last night was so fun. I was holding you so tight. New walk and a new point of view, a new purpose for everything I do. I got a new surround with you, wondering about to tell you mercy is the same pretty place, but a brand new smile. Same.
Miss Cox, you're on mute. Can't hear you.
Thank you. Y'all didn't want to hear that anyway. I was talking about what's for dinner. All right, guys, welcome back. Somebody had legacy, bravo. It's your jam. It's the roll call, guys. Remember your name and your license number. I need your license number. When you are filling out the survey, I put the survey in a little earlier because after 4 o'clock, you're like, man, I'm not thinking about that class till in the morning. But the survey is in the chat. I'm gonna post it again in the chat. If you need me to email it to you, if you need me to text it to you, that's what I'm here for, guys. I want to make it as streamlined as possible. And I want you to be honest. Remember, I can only improve from here. I am going to have this class 2 times again next year, and we're just going to get better and better and better. I would say gooder and gooder and gooder, but we're just going to keep getting better. Your name and your license number, please. Hey, I just want to do a check-in. I saw Gary. How you doing, Gary? How are you? I've been talking to certain individuals. I just want to say hello. Premier Cosmetology, hello. UT Chat is in the house. Lois, you're still hanging with me, Miss Lois?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. It's good to have you here. Miss Pam, you in the house? You know what? All right. I saw Miss Folks, Miss Boone, Miss Macmillan, Miss Armstrong. Thank you guys for joining. Dunn in the house. Rachel and Stephanie. Y'all gonna keep on. We just gonna be family. I'm gonna call everybody. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you guys for joining. Every now and again, we get to spend the day together. All right. So guys, as you guys come on, you know what to do. And then I also updated the survey. You will have time to complete that. Let's go ahead and get into it. Okay, somebody had Taylor Swift, Long Live. Haven't heard it, but I'm definitely gonna listen to it tonight. We'll make it our background for a minute. All right. We have many individuals coming on. Expanding our screen. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Woo! Okay. Okay, you say you can't hear me. Did you connect Wi-Fi audio? Christopher? Oh, he can't hear me. Okay, let me go into the chat. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good afternoon, Jasmine. Good afternoon, Melanie. Good afternoon, Mr. Bryant. Bobby, Kamika, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mr. Moses, Mr. Brent. Armstrong Perkins, Miss Nolan, a veteran, an OG in the industry. Good afternoon. Cheryl and Gary, good afternoon. Mandy. Yes, good afternoon, Curl. Got a couple of Stephanies. Stephanie Dickerson, Christy Myers, good afternoon. Ava Freeman, my good friend Ava. Ava's gonna be a coach tomorrow, guys. We have something very special for you tomorrow. Good afternoon, Andrea and Shirley. Good afternoon. I want to say it right. Iveta, Miss Cyrus, Miss Griffin, good afternoon. Lukenya, good afternoon. Takita, Rashawn, Annie, Natasha, folks, it's good to see you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Courtney, Catherine, Cheryl, Katie, and Donna. Woo, 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 woo. Courtney, are you there, Courtney?
I am.
Y'all, Courtney, can I put you on the spot for a minute?
Sure. My group's definitely voting yes.
Courtney, we have not physically met, have we? No.
A whole lot of FaceTime and phone calls and emails.
And DMs, but y'all, Courtney is my girl, and I'm so proud of her. Can I say that, Courtney? Can I say that I'm proud of you and all the work you're doing in your area? And we've never met, but you can't tell me she's not my sister, and I'm gonna fight somebody if you do. She is my girl. So you guys keep holding it down. And thank you, Miss Donna, for having this space. You and Katie and Courtney and Catherine and Cheryl are all together. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Premier Cosmetology, Nakisha, and Miss Lockhart. Y'all are so amazing. Like, seriously, I appreciate you. Ebonique, I want you to unmute real quick, Miss Ebonique. Are you in the house, Miss
Yes,
Ebonique?
ma'am. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, we hadn't set the record if we're related or not. I don't know. I think we may be because I love your hustle. Let me just acknowledge that. So congratulations on your latest event.
Thank you.
Couldn't be there, but I was cheering for you. So I loved it and keep going, okay?
Thank you so much.
Anytime, anytime. Miss Dawn and Sue Ann in the house on a Sunday with me. I'm so honored. Daria. Oh my goodness. Daria, thank you for being on. I appreciate you. Know you give me my laugh when I really need one. So thank you so much. Miss Jennifer.
Welcome.
Anytime. Premier Cosmetology is in the house, y'all. Where exactly is Premier? Oh, it's Kingsport, Tennessee. What is that close to, guys?
That is close to Bristol, Virginia. Johnson City.
Okay. I need to get over there. That's a shame. 45 and haven't been on that side of Tennessee yet. That is a shame. I'm going to come see you one day. Okay?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Definitely. So thank you, Jennifer and Sharon and Sarah, Natasha. I appreciate you. And is Candace Morrison on? Is Candace Morrison on? Can you unmute, my good friend?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
I thought you were going to come see me this year
I
because
needed to.
Elvis, yeah. And I always tell people, I'm gonna tell her I'm gonna take her to Graceland. She'll come. She'll come. She'll come. And
Yeah,
I've been saying that
tell
all
me
year. I take you to Graceland.
that. Yes, ma'am. There's a
Oh,
joke around my house that's my kid's daddy.
right, right. And I bring cake for somebody. I bring
Yes,
cake.
ma'am.
I bring cake.
Yeah, we have been so busy down here in Texas. We opened that new school in Austin and things
Yeah.
took off. It has been
Mm,
insane.
I'm coming because I already told you I wanted to get some training.
Oh yeah.
So
Come
I
on
knew
down here.
I'm coming when you guys, and I'm gonna bring a couple of people with me. When you guys said you were opening up that new school, I was like, oh my goodness, it's over. It's over.
Girl, it is insane. And we have been so busy with it and me driving to Austin all the time. And then next year, 2025 is looking even better. We're gonna be heading out to Vegas for that aesthetic show, the medical aesthetic show. We got the Dallas aesthetic show coming. I think we're going back to New York. It's gonna be huge.
It's gonna be huge. I see you in New York and Dallas. Probably, I don't know. I'm just gonna carry a suitcase, I guess. I don't know. Y'all, Candace is in Texas, but she holds many, many licenses. She's like definitely my sister in the brain and everything. She's mine. I don't care what nobody say. We're sisters. But she hosts all of our advanced training. She is my number one resource for advanced aesthetics training, national laser certification, just the top of the top. So make sure if we're gonna get in a breakout room. You in a breakout room, get Candace information, get each other's information so you guys can really communicate with each other going forward. And it's just a joy. I'm blessed to know some amazing people. So thank you, Candace, for trusting me.
Yes, ma'am. Always. Always.
Always. And I trust you as well.
Yes, ma'am. But yes, in 2025, I'll make a point springtime. 2025, I'll come out there to DCI.
Come
for
on.
sure.
We
Yes,
ready
ma'am.
for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And we might even have it we might have to move the school to Graceland. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, we're gonna be there. We're gonna let everybody know she's coming back. Okay. Rachel, thank you for being on. Rita, Olga, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. Okay, so let's see. Somebody was kicked off, and we're gonna see how they get back on. So just had a good little fun party. Let's see. I'll move this out the way. Bam. Candace Collins is in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, Jasmine, you need to connect. We're gonna make sure we connect as well. Okay, I got you, Natasha. Awesome, 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 awesome. Okay, still letting people on. Y'all are amazing. Y'all, we're about to watch a video clip, and then this session, we're in our fourth quarter. We're getting ready to rock this thing out. We're getting ready to rock this thing out. Let's see what we got. Yeah. So this video clip, y'all, this movie is dear to me. But let's watch the clip. This is a clip of Bohemian Rhapsody. And it's teamwork. A lot of times I don't even watch TV. I don't know. I don't even watch TV anymore. I just had to pull back from TV and the news, but I like a good movie. and I like a good movie with a message, and I like whatever I'm watching or whatever I'm listening to have, something that I can use. So I see a couple of people coming in. You know what to do. If you got kicked off, jump back in. And I see that someone did get kicked off. Let me try to call this person. So I'm gonna do my mic. I'm gonna unmute for just a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. Let's see what we got. All right. Okay, guys, I wanted you to see that clip because in this session it's called Help, That's Not My Strength. This is our huddle. So even though you're part of a team and every team has their own thing, one's the lead singer, one plays the instruments, it's okay for someone else to have an idea. Can anybody, and for us to take the idea, it's a good idea and implement it. The line leader doesn't have to be the only one that leads the line. There are other people capable of leading the line. They're just working in a different position. But I wanted to show that video because what it showed was teamwork. And yes, it showed a sense of humility. He was the band leader was late all the time, as in again, air quotes. Okay. But at the end of the day, he followed suit. Okay. And he was able to be taught. And at the beginning of that clip, they wanted the crowd to be a part of something. They understood that it was a movement. It just wasn't everybody doing like their job. How do we make our audience, our learners, a part of this? How do we bring them in and make them feel a part of the school, a part of the class, a part of this? Okay. And a lot of times that sometimes stepping back a little bit and letting somebody else take the lead and or sharing an expertise that makes everything better. Y'all, that Madison Square Garden hosts 19,500 people. That is a signature song or chant for that group. Of all the other songs that they've had, that experience of individuals saying they were there in Madison Square Garden, that experience still lives on. People are still enjoying the experience of being a part of the band. For that one moment in that concert, they made them be a part or feel like they were a part of something. Can we look at our schools and salons or even in our teams and say, do my instructors feel like they're a part of this? Do my students feel like they are a part of this journey? We ain't on this thing by ourselves. Okay. So sometimes we have to go back and we got to evaluate. And on a team, if one is lacking something, we don't leave them behind. We figure it out. And that's really been my go-to this year. I have these resources over here. I'm gonna share with you and I'm gonna teach you and I'm gonna help you and you're gonna help me. And no one is going to be left behind. And we're gonna come out as a team and we're gonna be very impactful, like the band. So that was one clip I wanted to show. One or two people can unmute. And just give me some reflections before we get ready to start. What did you think of the clip? Is that someone's favorite band?
Yeah. We couldn't hear it and a lot of people couldn't hear it.
Oh, is no one could hear it?
No.
Wow.
Sorry.
No, it's nothing to be sorry about. You're fine. Hold on. Okay, I will put the clip in. I'm gonna put it in the chat and we can look at it. But they made the chant up, "We will rock you," and so on the third beat, they were trying to find something to connect the audience along with the song. Okay. And so that was one of the things they decided to do. So normally the band leader would be the one doing it or leading out, but this time the band leader was negligent in being on time and someone else took the lead, and it turned out to be a very successful connection between the band and their audience. And so in our case, the classroom, the teachers and our learners, or our directors and our teachers. And it worked out very well for them. They feel one of the biggest stadiums, and they had everybody on one accord doing and saying the same thing at one time. So it worked out for them that they chose something to connect them together. And I'll drop the link for a sake of time, and we'll come back to that one. But help, that's not my strength. This is where we are. Self-evaluation. Put in the chat one, to just be totally honest. When you started, let's go back to when you first started. What was one of those subjects you're like, man, I hope I don't have to teach? What were one of those subjects you're like, it's not my strength? We're being transparent. Put in the chat, what's one of those subjects you did not like to teach? Not that you don't like it now, but when you first started, it was like, look, and you know, if you're a cosmetology teacher, you got to teach everything. You never know what you might have to come in on Monday and got to teach. So what was one of those things you're like, man, I do not want to teach that because I'm not in that place right now. I know I need more training in that area, but what is one of those things? I'm going to the chat. Anatomy and physiology, yes, nail diseases, wigs, oh my goodness, makeup, wigs, oh, the galvanic. Oh, I just had to teach about the galvanic. And when I tell you, I was like, okay, I got to figure it out how to transfer this terminology over. And it had to turn into a game. It's the only way they was going to get it. Infection and diseases, of course. So I see anatomy may have, and disease and disorders may have the top list. So self-evaluation, identifying the weakness. It says you cannot grow until you deal with it. Y'all, that's almost like we gotta sit. We have to sit in it. We could be this sunshine educator when we're teaching stuff we want to teach. But what's the hard time when we got to teach the stuff we don't want to teach? And is it sometimes because we don't know, or are we just being kind of disobedient from leadership and not wanting to teach it? We feel like it's boring. Well, that's our job to make it unboring, okay? So self-evaluation, identifying the weakness. For me, I was always a reader, but when I first started teaching New Wave in Memphis, I was, of course, under great leadership, and I was 19. I was running to all kind of stuff because the people that was in my high school class were now in my classroom. Can you imagine that? And so I did not want to be embarrassed. So I learned quickly, even though I was a reader and I made good grades, whatever, I was still I was 19, talking about I want to be an instructor. And remember, I never made the step on my own. It was a dare, okay? Just a dare and a total setup. So now I'm 19 in the classroom with other 19, 20, 50, 60-year-old people, and they're expecting me, the teacher, to know everything. At 19, I can't. But what I could do was I knew what chapter we were on, and I knew what that schedule was. I would study ahead. I would go at least 2 chapters ahead, and every night, I wanted it so bad. Every night, I studied more and more and more. And I may have did that for years. And as long as I stayed ahead about 2 chapters, I was pretty much learning as I went. So it took me about 3 years to actually say, I got this. But in the beginning, it wasn't. I only knew what I knew how to do. And when I put that book down, I put that book down. And then for me having to pick it up again and not so much be hands-on, but having to drive into the theory, I was like, okay, we can do this. But I needed to get my footing together. I needed to get ahead of the game. I needed to now break it down and understand it for myself. Can I teach myself? And then maybe I'll be able to teach somebody else, maybe. That was my thing. But I also had adopted the love of travel and learning. And I figured I could put both of those together. So I would definitely, that's me, invest and go to classes since I was 19 years old. Just traveling and learning, traveling and learning. When I felt like I knew enough hair, I would say, okay, this year I want to spend time in skincare. When I felt like I got that in skincare, okay, I need to tackle this thing called nails because it's gonna come up. It ain't came up, but it's gonna come up. I could teach nails and I will learn just enough to get them past the demo stage and keep it going. But nails has never been a strong suit. But that's why I don't mind taking a nail class every now and then just to kind of brush up because you never know when I may have to go back into the nail classroom. You just never know because things happen in life. You know, life be life, and for educators, they could be out one day and you may have to. I remember I'm set Cosmo educator came in one day and said, hey, skincare teacher quit. You got to take skincare. And I was like, ugh. I mean, I had an attitude. You know why I had an attitude? Because I wasn't prepared. It wasn't a strength at that time. 10 years ago, it wasn't a strength. And I deflected with an attitude. I can sit in it. I can tell you exactly what it is right now. I deflected because of my attitude. And I used my attitude to kind of get me out of that. Oh, she's mad. She don't want to do it. And I was like, no, I don't want to do it. But it was really, in reality, 10 years later, y'all, it was me. I didn't know it. I knew it, but I didn't know enough of it to take over a classroom. I had taken certain classes and truth be told, I was comfortable. All right. I was comfortable. So yeah, that has had to be a strength that is strong now, but it wasn't. It wasn't 10 years ago. And so sometimes we have to look at those subjects and say, okay, how much you're gonna bypass this and you're gonna continuously see me pop up. You're going to have to do this. We all love cutting, we all love coloring. And coloring sometimes for me, I was like, I'm drawn to it. I'm a mathematical learner. So when you give me a system like in numbers, when it comes to cutting and coloring, I got it. But you pause and start talking about nails, I'm lost. Okay. I can get you where you need to be. I'm good, but I don't mind. I'm forever teachable. And that's what we want to forever be, especially if we're a part of a team. I can't let my team down. They're expecting me in this module to kill it. All right. I don't want to build the momentum and then for the momentum to come all the way down in my classroom because I don't know something. All right. And we have to have that self evaluation. We got to be okay with that. Let's go to the chat. Yeah. Jasmine says professional student too. Yeah. Yeah. Says the nail school owner. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. You know, you may have to give us all, Miss Raya, fireside class on nails. You're the nail queen. You're the nail queen of the nail school of Memphis and Tennessee. So you're going to have to that may be an opportunity where we can come back and say, hey, maybe we could talk about what we're afraid to teach in nails or what it scares us. Maybe because it's not hair. I don't know.
You know that's the one I get on because I love y'all cosmetologists, but y'all don't know nails. And that chat just proved the point that I keep pushing to the board that I love y'all should not have our license. Like it just shouldn't be. Y'all don't know enough about nails, but I'm glad that a lot of you are being honest with yourselves to say, I don't. And it's just like you said, the fear sets in as soon as somebody tries to make you teach it, you like, oh, holy crap.
Yeah. And then here's the thing. I don't think it's not that we don't know it. We know it, but it's not when you got a cosmetologist and you like hair, skin, it's like one of those things we go to. They're like, man, ain't nothing we could do with hair. Now I could still teach a nail. I opened up, I think another teacher opened up our nail course, and I've had this sub plenty of times. We have an amazing nail teacher now, and she is only nails. But if she has to sub, if she needs a sub, oh, I'm in there. But I guess it's never been my thing, So I think as long as we all remain teachable, and yes, we need help in this area, we can say the person who is the most skilled, how about helping all of us win? We become the student and you become the teacher. That's where it talks about career development, team development. Let's develop. Yes, I like to hire educators for their strengths. I don't really hire educators just to have an educator. What I've learned in all of my years of teaching and working in beauty schools, it's good to work with a person's strength. They're going to excel the most in that area. And so I can't put a practical person in a theory classroom if they're not a theory enthusiast. Right. I will call Elite in Houston, Texas, and I hire him for 10 weeks to teach theory because he is a theory master. He reads books continuously. He knows exactly what page and things like that that he can reference students to. And if I need barbering taken care of, he's the man. He knows the back, everything. And I have to tell him, hey, if it's not in Milady or Pivot Point, I don't want you going creating stuff. I know it's part of the industry, but we need to bring it back here, test-centered education. And so he's super knowledgeable. So I like to, be with individuals who are excellent in what they do. I think they benefit the most than just hiring somebody and said, teach all of it, And so that's why we have Miss Key. She is an amazing nail teacher, and that's her area. And you know what? She shines in that area. And if she needs to know something in another area, don't hesitate. We're here because you take over that. You're taking a load off of us. But when we have career development, or a team development, we try to share a little bit about what we love and what we do so everybody gets a little piece of it. So I think it's great. Dunn says, I actually got a nail license when I was completing my cosmetology license. I am able to teach my students more when they enjoy and want to offer nails. Yes. Can you imagine? Nails is really popular now. They have so many different techniques and styles and things of that nature. So we can build that momentum. It says I almost also share and help them find continuing education for nails and aesthetics because they need that to be able to offer that as one of their services. You're absolutely right. And Candace Collins says, I got thrown into being the main nail instructor at my cosmetology school after never doing it. And I tried to learn and teach, but I felt like it was such an injustice to the nail program students because I knew bare minimum at best in nails. You're absolutely right. And I can see Dariah right now. I can see her right now. You're absolutely right, Candace. And when we can admit that, that's when it's time to grow. It's time to grow. So super excited about that. So yes, we have to know when it's time to add on some more knowledge. Let's look at our team activity. We're going to go into a breakout room. But here's the thing. We've listed the subjects that in the beginning gave us some issues. And so, but they're all a part of what we have to teach. So we look at the breakout room. We're going to take a moment. I want you to list 5 creative concepts to support the lesson. Y'all, I created effective teaching strategies because of my learning, how I learned, and I didn't want to be bored. And so I figured I could teach and have supportive materials to assist. And so if I'm teaching nails, if I'm teaching facials, if I'm teaching anatomy and physiology, y'all know anatomy and physiology is one of my favorite subjects now. If I'm teaching anatomy and physiology, okay, we know there's the book, we know there's lecture, we know that's traditional, but what 5 creative concepts could we do to support the lesson? 5 creative concepts, like what else could we add to support the lesson to make sure that the lesson is packed with information, technique, that the student walks away and say, I learned something. You know, the instructor has something more than just being handed the curriculum. Okay. You have something more than just being handed a lesson plan and saying, go. What 5 creative concepts do we have to support a lesson? This could be a game. This could be anything. But if you had to teach something today, that thing that you were scared of, that you did not want to do, you got to build some support. It has to be a student. Now we already identified the different types of students. You may have a boomer and a Gen Z in the same classroom. They're not going to learn the same. Okay. So we got to come with it some more. We got to come with some more. And so if we're going to teach nails, if we're going to teach aesthetics, and y'all, I can teach all of it. But there's a difference in what I love to teach. Okay. I can teach all of it, but there's a difference in what I love to teach. And so at the end of the day, even though I'm a colorist at heart, I hardly ever teach color because there's someone else that can teach it. And when it's time that she needs me, a boot camp time, I'm there. Okay. But I love to be that coach in the background saying, hey, use this, try this, tomorrow, try this. I think they understand developers if you do this. I love being that particular person. So if we're going to go into the breakout room, I'm going to give you a subject. I'm going to come in each breakout room and give you a subject, and you're going to create 5 concepts to help support the lesson. It can be, we're going to probably go on a field trip. We're going to have a guest speaker. I'm going to play a game. What game is that? Or we're going to have additional activities. We're going to create a project. What are you going to do to cushion that can help build the strength of that subject in the classroom? Because you can't build the momentum of the class and it be yay, and then it's something you're having trouble with and you don't even ask your team to help, and so then your momentum goes down and it's hard to bring it back up. So we got to keep it going. And then if we are identifying a weakness, it's with good character and team building that we say, hey, let's figure it out before it gets over here. Let's figure out how we can help such and such, or Miss Red, Miss Pink, Miss Yellow. Let's figure out how we can help them become very successful and get to the other side with us at the end of the day. And so we'll do a breakout room. I'm gonna go here too with engagement and reinforcement. The top 10, I do this all the time, especially when leaving, because what's a great classroom if no one learned anything? I hate to hear a student say, I ain't learned nothing. And my heart drops because we've been here all this time and you didn't learn anything. The ball was dropped. So to evaluate myself, it's engagement and reinforcement. So the things that I learned today, I would say top 5, top 7, top 10. And the students would repeat that going out the door or do it for chips or candy or something. But anyway, I'm getting reinforcement. It's a way that I figure out, did they really learn anything? If they learned something, they're able to retain and repeat. Okay? If they learn something, they retain and repeat. And so whatever you taught, just kind of check them and say, let's do a top 10. Real quick, real quick, real quick. I got these chips, 3 people. I got 3 bags of chips. 3 of you give me 3 things you learned today. And stand up. Makes the classroom exciting. And you get to see in their own words what they learned. And if that something is misunderstood, it gives them opportunity for correction or for more discovery. Instead of saying correction, let's say discovery, for more discovery. And then you will say the last person, or you would give the last thing of the top 10. But it gets them involved. They discover, what did you discover today, that add on to everything you discovered yesterday. Okay. So we can do this individual or in groups, but I'm definitely getting ready to let me get this together. We have first breakout room. And we're gonna automatically go into 5 breakout rooms. We're not gonna be in those rooms for maybe we won't go into breakout rooms because it's almost break time. Okay, so we'll save our breakout room. We have to use wisdom. It's 3:06. Break is at 3:15. We have to save our no, we'll move into summary. So what we'll do, let's go. We will go into our breakout rooms. I thought it was break time. We'll go into summary. So what we'll do, we'll go into our breakout rooms. We'll go in for about 15 minutes. And I only need 1 speaker. So just figure out 1 speaker. And what would you do to enhance the class? And you need to have 5 things with the subject I'm going to give you. All right. And so I'm going to give you, I'm going to come around to everybody's class. When you see the little thing that says join breakout room, please go ahead and join. And all rooms are open. Hey guys, is this still Chrissy's group? Does everybody get in the group?
I'm back. Hello? Okay.
Hey, Cheryl, I'm gonna put you in the room in one moment, okay?
Thank you.
Awesome.
I got knocked out and had to come back, and I was out of my room. I was in room 3 is where I was, or group 3, till I got knocked out.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Back to breakout rooms. Let's see what we got. What we got. What we got.
I was in room 3 before I got knocked out.
Okay. Assign. I'm sending you back to 3, okay?
That's where I was. Thank you.
No problem. And so let's go to room 5. Okay, with you guys coming in, let's see about putting you guys in a room. Anyone remember? Let's go to here. And let's go to here. There we go. Hey, welcome back. Hey guys, we're getting ready to shut this thing down. It's time for everyone to gather up and head back over to the main room. Hey, 2 minutes tops, guys. 2 minutes tops. Countdown starts now. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. guys, welcome back. Good to have you guys back. All right, we're gonna get this party started. So we're on the road to finish. Got our Taylor Swift in the background. So while you were over there, I dropped 2 links. One was of the YouTube movie clip about building the team. And the second one was the survey. If you hadn't done the survey already, I know who I need to email it to. So this is just me putting it in just in case, y'all. I'm still going to email it out to those emailed, okay? I already got a message that said send it out. So that's what I would do.
Do we do the survey both days or just one?
Both days. Today is just for the 17th, and tomorrow you're doing for the 18th.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right, all right, all right. Next thing you're gonna do, if you gotta go get you a little lip gloss, a little lipstick, comb your hair to the side, whatever you gotta do, go ahead and do that, because before the class is over with, state board purposes, I like to take one big picture, and I put it in my one big picture, and I put it in my presentation to the board. So we're gonna do that right before 4 o'clock. For those that
we're not seeing the links to the survey. I'm so sorry. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'm putting it. I'm responding to you as we go. There we go. Let me know if you see it or not. Let's start with Christy. Christy, tell us what your team had as far as the subject and what you guys chose.
So my subject was hair cutting, and my team come up with a lot of ideas, and I'm just going to name them all off really quick.
Okay.
First, they wanted to talk about safety of hair cutting. Of course, they need to know that. Demoing haircuts, I think that's really good. One person in my group talked about they invite guest speakers in for haircuts that they don't usually get a lot of. Let's say if you're a cosmetology school and you don't get a lot of men's cuts, you could have somebody come in and demo that. We talked about haircutting competitions, understanding texture and elevation. One school let their students do TikTok challenges where they let them look up something and then create it. I thought that was really good. Demo scissor handling, so the safety and properness of holding scissors. A lot of them talked about sending their students out and letting them do events such as like going to a nursing home or a senior citizen center or something like that and letting them provide haircuts.
Okay.
And also one lady said drawing. She has all her students draw all the haircuts first.
Ooh, I like that. You know what? That's connecting what they see into their hands. So there's a connection that goes on. I'm not a therapist, I can't put it together, but there's a connection that goes on before you actually pick up the shears. So I love it. Yes, ma'am. I will text you the survey, Miss Pam, okay? All is well. All right, definitely. All right, good job, Christy's team. All right, we have Dawn and Nakisha I think we switched it over to Dawn. We ready to roll?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
We had hair color, and some of the ideas we came up with was when you're teaching the color wheel, you can mix paints, do Play-Doh, mix those up, icing, like for cupcakes, and food coloring, making the different colors. One suggestion was a sip and paint party, like that use grape juice, obviously not,
but it's fancy. It looks good.
Right. They would love that. Silicone mixing. And then we came up with some guest speakers, teaching undertones in like makeup. One suggestion was using an app such as like Dressica.
Okay.
And then playing games like Kahoot games. There's a think, pair, and share, like do a color wheel consultation. I mean, not a color wheel, a color consultation with another student and having them come up with suggestions of what this person should get or what they want to get, why it would be good, why it wouldn't be good, things like that.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, you guys, check the chat. Good info going down. Pick some, grab something you can use. Thank you, Dawn. All right.
Anytime.
Angela. Angela, your crew, what did your crew come up with?
Our topic was anatomy and physiology. And the 5 things that we discussed was 1, drawing the human body, like on a butcher paper or the long, white paper on the roll, and then have them label the parts. So you can blindfold them, or you could just kind of make it fun, like a fun game. The other was like pin the pin the tail on the donkey. You draw the human body and give them the parts, and they have to kind of place them where they thought it should be. Another kind of way of interacting with the student as well, and keeping it interesting and fun as well.
I
Then
like
the
that.
other was
a quiz. It's like a hands-on quiz.
Right, exactly. Because if they studied and kind of have some familiarity, they'll know, somewhere they should be in the area of placing the item in the right place. The third was inviting a guest out, a dermatologist, nurse, that can connect the dots to why it's important to know the parts of the anatomy system and the makeup of the body. I think someone said they had a dermatologist come out. I remember years ago, I had a nurse came out and she talked to the students mostly about carpal tunnel and wearing the right shoes when working, especially, if you're planning on working in this field a long time and for longevity, how to prepare yourself, she talked about a lot of different things, how to eat, getting enough rest, things like that. And who would better know than, someone in that field. And the fourth thing was the young man, he talked about it. He saw a coworker do the layers of like a parfait. And in the parfait, they did layers of they described the layers of the skin. So I guess, they had granola, the yogurt, then, you just kept making it like the layers of the skin. And at the end, they got a chance to eat. Yeah, they got a chance to eat it. So it was edible. And the last was the handout. The young lady mentioned that she did a handout and kind of gave them kind of took them back to a fun thing as well, coloring the arteries a certain color, coloring the veins a certain color, the skin, just different things to kind of make them associate with the red, the blue, or whatever colors that they were using. And it was a good familiar piece, I thought, too. So when they got back to maybe the testing time, they may not remember exactly everything, but they could color code it in, memory. So I thought that was a good one as well. That's what we have.
That's the good one. I like it. I like it. Good job. Good job.
Thank
Okay, Miss Shirley, you got nails.
Yes. I had a good crew, by the way.
Amazing.
Yeah, so we talked about field trips, incorporating field trips into the lesson, visiting a lot of salons, nail salons, also building a nail model of structure of the nail, 3D nail model, vision board or a collage. Of course, research some ideas from the internet, and incorporate nail competitions.
I love it.
Oh, the other thing was everybody can't get square nails. So you have to know what nail is suitable for each, type of hand or nail shape.
I know. I can't do square nails.
I can't do round. I have to do square. So
yeah, I'm an almond girl. Just don't have none. I'm letting them rest. I'm an almond girl, but my niece was like, here she goes 17 again, my target baby. You gonna do something about that? No, I'm gonna stay where I'm at, But I
Right.
get it. Nail shape analysis. That's great. Awesome, awesome. Jasmine, bring us on home, Jasmine.
Okay, so we had a couple ones that were almost similar. So the first one was just some hands-on to where students can get to see it demonstrated in the classroom. And then somebody also suggested have a professional come in, but then we decided to make that like a skincare rep to talk about some facial stuff. And our category was facials. I didn't start that with there. And then next we had a guest demonstration, someone in the field to come in and talk about the way that they do their facials. And then another suggestion was to, again, take a field trip to like a med spa outside of the classroom to see how things are done as well. So somebody also suggested a game of Jeopardy to learn about facials. And then our last one was a spa day to where we create a spa within the classroom from beginning to end, set up and have the whole spa vibe.
I love it. Spa vibe. Good job. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. You guys, look, this is our word wall. Take what you need. Okay. Take it, utilize. You've been probably waiting or looking for some ideas. I don't know. You've been looking for some creativity to come back into your areas. This is what we got. All right. So good job, everyone. Good job. Good job. Good job. Y'all give yourselves a round of applause. If you can unmute, I'm applauding for you. We still got like one or two people trying to get in. All right. So let's look at what we are 3:37. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Let's see where we are as far as our lesson. You guys totally killed that. You knocked it out of the park. We knocked it out of the park, and we're gonna prepare for, I think we got about 5 minutes, and then we'll do some reflections. Let's see what we got. Good job, everybody. You can breathe. You guys can come off mute. Y'all did it. We've been here. We've been rocking since 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. And y'all did it. So give yourselves a round of applause. Woo! You guys did it. You guys did it. You guys did it. We're going to prepare for a summary, survey, and departure. And here's the thing.
Hey, we're on your bed, baby. I don't know.
Let
This
me
is
go
wrapping
back
up.
over here.
I gotta listen.
Yeah, we're getting ready to wrap it up. Hold on one moment. I'm gonna get you out. We got to get
Sorry, my grandson's here.
no, it's all good. I told you to get your gloss together, get your brush, get your hair together. Yes, yes, yes. Let me take a note. I got you on send the survey. And I may send it anyway. Okay.
I don't see the survey.
Yeah, it's in there. If you look in the chat, you can click the chat. There we go.
Got it.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Now, the last survey I clicked on, it took me to some YouTube stuff.
Let me check and see. Go past it. I may have put the wrong one on there. Thanks for letting me know. Let me check it and see, okay?
The new one works. The new one works.
Okay. So the one I just put in there is good?
Yep. I just
Awesome.
finished it.
Awesome. So the one I just put in, if you can click that, that'd be amazing.
Oh, yes, that's it now. Okay.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. So as we prepare to close, we'll pick up tomorrow. We just have a few more slides on health. That's not my strength, but you guys did an excellent and amazing job today. So kudos to you. I would like to prepare to close out and simply say, hey, let's look at some of our house rules, okay? Making sure we're on time tomorrow. We're closing out tomorrow. Roxana sent her PowerPoint. We're gonna start. Let's see. Let's go mute. We can hear everything.
Do not imitate
Y'all, we got to mute now. We got to mute. We're closing out. We got to mute. Okay.
Wow.
So we have a few more slides, okay? We have a few more slides, and we'll close those slides out in the morning. And then we'll move on to our state board presentation, which Roxana has already sent that PowerPoint. And from there, we have 1 to 2 coaches that'll be joining us just to kind of get us into the mood to just, encourage us to teach and teach and teach and teach, and that you're on the right path. And so we got 2 guest coaches tomorrow. Along with that, we have a summarized PSI. A summarized PSI, just updates as well. We do not have anybody joining us. And I've already spoken with Roxana concerning that. So from there, and then we're closing out. We have about 2 more sessions after that. But y'all, we are doing amazing. Here's what happens after you complete your 16 hours. After you complete your 16 hours, I need the survey. The surveys are a part of the roll call, okay? So I need a survey from each person each day. That survey gets sent over to Tennessee State Board of Cosmetology, all right? Once that survey, along with a copy of your certificate, that goes over to Roxana. Once we have to send that over within 48 hours, as we send it to Roxana, we'll send it over to you as well. This particular BELC Tennessee is being recorded via YouTube. So you don't have to worry about will you get a link. You can just follow our DCI education group on YouTube and be able to watch it at your leisure. Okay? You can watch it at your leisure. I'm going to keep it up for about 30 days. All right? I'm going to keep it up for about 30 days, and we'll archive it and continue to move on. But if you ever as a team need to go back and figure out what we said, what we talked about, the chat is not available, but the video, the streaming will be available via YouTube for the next 30 days. So about to the end of the year, it'll be up, and then we'll archive it, okay? We're preparing for the next year coming up. So along with certificate and links, you'll get all of that. You'll also get Roxana presentation emailed to you as well. And so all of that is going on tomorrow. I want you guys to make sure, if you don't do anything else, you complete those surveys, okay? That survey closes out your first day, and we'll do the same thing tomorrow. Let me check the chat and see what we got going on. I don't want to miss anybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Angela says, it's been a wonderful day. Learned some things. It's good to be able to communicate with like minds in the industry. It has been an absolutely, they used to say plum pleasure. It has been an absolutely plum pleasure to have you and many others in the classroom. Y'all, I'm just excited about life. And when you're excited about life, the things that you love, you're just overly excited about. So I enjoyed you guys. I know how much this means to you. And I'm just like my regular students, I'm showing up. And I want you to show up every day. And we are building community, which means if you're on Facebook, remember, go and follow the Beauty Educators Leadership Conference. I'm also gonna, that's our community we're building. All the resources from here will be over there. Also, all the pages, some of you have already followed me on Facebook. Get your hair together, you got your lipstick together. Let's prepare to take our picture, and we're gonna call it a night. We're gonna call it a night. You still got a little time. I got time to go get some dinner. Somebody house gonna have some dinner. I decided to come to a quiet place, guys, to do this training. And I don't know about you, but sometimes I need to be in a place of focus. This is very important for me. And I said, I can't do this at home and I can't do it at school. I'm going to have to go and have me some me time. So shout out to my staycation, and no one is allowed. I'm having a ball after this class. Okay. Are you ready? Can I get the cameras on? Cameras on. We're going to take a picture. I'm going to take a picture of the first screen. And I got my camera. Yep. And click. We have another screen. Hold on. All right. And click. All of this would be a part of what I call the playbook. That's what I send to Roxana. I'm super excited. Let me see if I can get it a little bit. Okay. So it's been a blessed and amazing day. It's 3:46. Do I need to put for those that can't click the survey? It's in the group. It's in the group. It's in the group. Y'all have a great and amazing day. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. I'll be on for about 5 or 10 minutes, just closing out some stuff. But y'all enjoy your Sunday. All right. Have a blessed one. See y'all tomorrow, bright and early, 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. Y'all be blessed.
Have a
Love
good
you.
day.
Good night, everybody. You too.
Good night, everybody.
Awesome. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Did I get the picture?
Who said
Hello?
that? Miss Brian, I don't see you. I just see a blank screen.
Oh, okay. What I need to do?
I got you. Hold on one moment. I'm going to turn it around. Long as your name is there, you're good. Hold on one moment. There you go. I got you, Miss Brian. You're good to go.
Okay. All right. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Have a great evening. Have a great night. Great night. Great night. Actually, when I close this down, the YouTube of today will be up.
Hello, Destiny.
Hey, Melanie.
Hey, I could not pull that up, the survey earlier.
Okay.
So I was pulling up some different things. Is there any way that you could just directly email me? I'm multitasking right now.
I sent it to you tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, thank you. I appreciate you joining. Mr. B. Hey, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you guys for joining. Y'all have a great and amazing evening. I need to clean my camera. Looks like. Yeah, I do that tomorrow. Good evening.
What do we put in the section that says training class?
BELC, or you can put today's date.
Oh, okay. I see it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
Miss
Nah,
Cox.
physical picture. Hey.
Hey, Miss Cox.
Who said that?
Miss Freeman.
Hey, Miss Freeman, how you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful, exceptional class. You rolled me on home. Exceptional class. Wonderful.
I'm gonna need you. I'm gonna need
Wonderful.
you on the road. When I go to state board, I'm gonna make sure I have you on the road. You owe me one.
I owe you big time. Look, I would have you there, dinner and all. Pick a place.
Pick a
That's
place.
December 4th or 7th.
Actually, the state board meeting is December the 2nd.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I think
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
put
come
that
up.
in my phone today. When
I think I'm gonna
you
come
gonna do
up. I want to say I want to come up on Saturday, but I'm pushing it. I'm gonna probably come up on Sunday.
what? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. We're supposed to be taking the students to the first state board meeting, and
Mm-hmm.
we're supposed to be meeting some other schools there from our group, our
Okay.
group.
Okay.
So I hope you're available to
Then I
share.
would definitely. I've already put it. I just thought it was a different time, but I've already put that time
Okay.
aside to be there for you, and I'll give you free feelings because if you like me, you like to digress, detox, get your thoughts together about this wonderful class that you just did. So
Thank
I
you.
will call you this evening. Okay.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Thank you so much. It's been
No
a blessing.
problem.
All
Be
right.
blessed with you. Send the survey in.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Bye bye.
Donna, y'all gonna go home and get some rest. Have a good one. Have a good one. All right, y'all. I'm out. Y'all be blessed. Let me send these surveys over. Mr. Brazel, send me your email one more time to my phone. I can't hear you.
Okay, I was just trying to fill out this survey.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All righty.
Take it easy on me. Don't be too hard on me.
All is good. All is well.
All right. Tell the missus I said hello and y'all have a blessed evening.
All right. You said you need my email?
Yeah, send it to me. I know I asked for it a lot, but yeah, send it to me on my phone. Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Y'all be blessed.
See you tomorrow.